The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 16, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Henry Cuellar to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the chair will now recognize members from a list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties and time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my constituent and dear friend, Alfredo Acosta Figueroa, for his lifelong dedication to social justice and his relentless advocacy for civil rights during the Chicano movement with Cesar Chavez and Bert Corona. Alfredo Acosta Figueroa was born in Blythe, California, to a fifth-generation indigenous Chicano family from the Colorado River Indian Reservation, which encompasses the Palo Verde Valley in California and all through Parker Valley in Arizona. From a young age, Alfredo learned the values of social justice from his family. As a young kid working in the mines, his parents taught him the values of standing up for himself, caring for his neighbors, and standing by his coworkers. Because of his family's lessons, he has dedicated his entire life to safeguarding the civil, voting, working, and environmental rights of disenfranchised and indigenous communities. In the late 1950s, Alfredo and his brothers, known as the Figueroa brothers, became actively involved in the civil rights movement. Together, they fought against injustices in Blythe, the Coachella Valley, and throughout the American Southwest. Through it all, Alfredo was mentored by two highly respected Chicano leaders, Humberto Bert Corona, an immigration rights activist with the Mexican-American Political Association, and Cesar Chavez, the civil rights leader of the United Farm Workers. Corona and Chavez's mentorship only deepened Alfredo's passion for human rights, encouraging him to further pursue equity and social justice for his community. Over the years, Figueroa has worn many hats and has undertaken monumental roles, including that of lifetime gambusino or miner, civil rights activist, humanitarian, farm labor organizer, staunch environmentalist, anti-nuclear activist, historian, political coordinator, boxing coordinator, folkloric singer and guitarist, indigenous traditionalist, and author, just to name a few. So now, he leads the protection of sacred indigenous sites within the lower Colorado River Basin and Palo Verde and Parker Valleys. Thanks to Alfredo's leadership, many historical indigenous sacred sites and bodies of waters have been protected. This includes the sacred Mule Mountains, the lower Colorado River, the world-renowned Blythe Giant Intaglios, and over 300 other sacred sites. Alfredo has achieved all this and more by following his guiding principle to never give up. One of his famous sayings, la lucha interminable, or the never-ending struggle, has kept him motivated in his lifelong mission to share, educate, organize, and regain indigenous cosmic traditional culture. Alfredo's compelling force to provoke change has found inspiration in two indigenous philosophies. First, the Neltilitzi, or the birth of the new knowledge, meaning that we must always seek the truth. Second, the ancient Nahuatl teaching of Tloque Nahuaque, or the saying, among all, we do all for the betterment of all. Both have allowed him to persist in this long journey and inspire many others. So, to my dear friend Alfredo Acosta Figueroa, you personify the dedication, resiliency, and cariño of so many of our communities. Your life of service will forever be an inspiration for all people, and we are in great debt to you. On behalf of California's 36th Congressional District, I thank you for your continued dedication and challenging work in the protection of our ancestral sacred lands. Mexica Tiawi. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Weatherford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Anthony DeLeo on his recent induction into the Florida Veterans Hall of Fame. Anthony, better known as Tony, served in the U.S. Army and later in the U.S. Marine Corps during the Vietnam War. And after leaving active duty service, Tony moved to Jacksonville, Florida, where he lives today and serves as the president of the Vietnam Veterans of America Local Chapter 1046. Through this leadership role, Tony has remained active in advocating for his fellow veterans suffering from service-related illnesses. His continued commitment to the veterans of Northeast Florida and dedication to the nation are unmatched. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Tony for his continued efforts to support those who have sacrificed so much for our freedom and salute his service to this nation. We owe Tony and veterans like him a debt of gratitude that we could never repay. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate retired Navy Commander John Leslie for his induction into the Florida Veterans Hall of Fame. John spent a total of 39 years in active service and civilian service to the U.S. Navy, where he earned the Distinguished Flying Cross, 3 Meritorious Service Medals, 7 Strike Flight Air Medals, 2 Navy Commendation Medals, and numerous other service and unit decorations. He is known by his friends and neighbors as an honorable officer, a devoted friend, a true patriot, a loving husband to his wife, Patricia, who you see pictured here. John's commitment to supporting those around him has continued into retirement through his service to his fellow veterans across Northeast Florida. He now devotes his time to leadership and volunteer roles at the Mayo Clinic, Community Hospice and Palliative Care, and Veterans Treatment Court in St. Johns County. John's legacy of dedication rightfully earned him a spot in the Florida Veterans Hall of Fame. On behalf of Florida's 4th Congressional District, I want to thank Commander Leslie for his devotion to our nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember St. Johns County Commissioner Paul Waldron. Paul was a lifelong resident of St. Johns County and a vibrant member of the community. Throughout his young life, Paul worked and operated his family's small business, Harry's Curb Market, before becoming a respected real estate professional. Paul applied his experience running a small business to his role as St. Johns County Commissioner through his efforts to support and expand recreation and tourism development and strengthen our economy. Throughout his 6 years as commissioner, Paul also became a powerful advocate for residents in St. Johns County and continued to volunteer in a variety of capacities throughout the community. His recent loss is a devastating blow to our community. He will be remembered as a strong leader, faithful husband, loving father, and beloved neighbor and friend. I was proud to call him my friend. On behalf of Florida's 4th Congressional District, I'd like to extend a sincere condolences to Paul's wife, Stephanie, and their 2 daughters, Ashley and Katie. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Tyrone Winfrey, a beloved resident of Michigan's 13th Congressional District. He was a tireless advocate for our students, a fighter for higher education opportunities, and so much more. Tyrone Winfrey served as the Executive Director of Community Affairs for Detroit Public Schools District and was the former school board president. He worked tirelessly to advocate for our youth and to ensure that every single student had an opportunity to quality education and a pathway for college and higher education opportunities. Tyrone served our communities at Detroit Public Schools for almost 35 years, And during his time, he inspired, supported, and uplifted so many of our students and family. He lost his 5-year battle with cancer, and I'm proud here to stand here in honor of his life and his love for our community and our youth. My thoughts and prayers are with his family and Detroit Public Schools community and all who was impacted by Tyrone Winfrey. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognizing the Islamic Center of America for their outstanding service on behalf of our communities of Wayne County and southeastern Michigan as they celebrate their 60th anniversary. They were founded in 1962, and there the Islamic Center of America's roots can be traced back to 1949 when our religious leader, scholar, Imam Shirdi, who could not speak or understand English, came to America at the request of a small group of residents. A committed group of community members came together and worked to establish the Islamic Center at Michigan's first mosque and invited Imam Shirdi to lead his family in faith. Since its humble beginnings, the Islamic Center of America has grown to accommodate its growing family and faith and offers numerous community programs, including education and senior services. They are a pillar of cross-cultural understanding in one of our area's most vibrant and diverse communities. Please join me in recognizing the Islamic Center of America as they celebrate 60 years of faith and service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my sadness about the death of Joey Smith, a 12-year-old resident of Dearborn Heights, whose young life was tragically cut short when he was struck by a car. A 7th grade student at O.W. Best Middle School, Joey was always surrounded by friends and classmates who would dearly miss him. He will be remembered for his bright smile. I want to offer my deepest condolences and sympathy to Joey's family and his friends as they mourn his loss. As a mother myself, my heart especially goes to Joey's mother, Katie. I pray that she finds the strength and peace during this very difficult and unimaginable grief. Our community is deeply saddened by this tragedy. Please join me in honoring the memory of Joey Smith. I yield.
Now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week we celebrate the 8th annual National Apprenticeship Week. It's the perfect time to reflect on what is and what isn't working in our nation's workforce development programs. There are more than 10 million unfilled jobs in this country and nearly 6 million unemployed individuals. There's clearly a crack in the education to workforce pipeline. The best way to address our country's skills gap and worker shortage is to promote workforce development programs that actually work. I've been encouraged to see many businesses coming up with their own workforce development programs. Time and again, employer-led programs prove to produce the best results. More industries are embracing apprenticeships as a solution for upskilling and reskilling workers. As employers realize that baccalaureate degrees do not always prepare workers to fill needed roles, more alternative pathways will be needed. Many businesses are already removing unnecessary degree requirements and are instead replacing them with apprenticeship programs. This is a great development for our country and our workforce. Americans should not have to take out mountains of crushing student loan debt to study a subject that has nothing to do with their intended career, only to have to start from scratch once they enter the workforce. For too long, the college for all mentality has pushed young people into obtaining a baccalaureate degree regardless of their intended career. This mentality is slowly shifting, and our country will be better off for it. Now that more young people are turning to apprenticeships, it's important to ensure that there are high-quality programs available. We need apprenticeship programs that prepare workers for the open positions today, not the positions that were open yesterday. We need cutting-edge programs. One-size-fits-all Washington knows best models are not the answer. While President Biden touts his support for apprenticeships, his cancellation of employer-led apprenticeship programs tell a different story. President Biden supports only apprenticeships he can control. Since terminating employer-led apprenticeship programs, the Biden administration has doubled down on support for the registered apprenticeship model. Because this system, founded in 1937, has not been substantially updated in 8 decades, it is not easily adapted for innovative industries. Using this model to expand and modernize apprenticeships would be like starting on a journey on an already leaking ship. We can push as hard as we want, but in the end, the vessel can only take us so far before we sink. It's time for a new system, one with employers in the driver's seat. Job creators know the tools workers need to be successful. Washington swamp dwellers, on the other hand, are clueless. Why the Biden administration believes bureaucrats in Washington are more equipped to run apprenticeship programs than those on the ground is beyond me. It's no surprise that the vast majority of successful and thriving apprenticeship programs are led by private industry. Take Kentucky FAME, for example. The Kentucky Federation for Advanced Manufacturing Education is a partnership of regional manufacturers that creates a pipeline of highly skilled workers through an earn and learn program. By the time participants are done with this program, they will have an associate's degree, an advanced manufacturing technician credential, and years of work experience, all with no student loan debt. This organization operates in 12 states and has an 85% employment placement rate. This is an excellent workforce development model that other industries can learn from. The more employers embrace apprenticeships, the better off our economy will be. The best way for our workforce to thrive is for the federal government to get out of the way and for industry leaders to lead the way. So for this National Apprenticeship Week, let's tell the Biden administration to stop putting special interests ahead of workers. Let's recommit ourselves to empowering job creators to provide their own solutions, and let's support those job seekers who want an opportunity to learn and earn at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to sound the alarm that the 117th Congress, and indeed this body, is on track to surrender its last chance to safeguard the American democracy. It's been 1,045 days since this Capitol, this very building, this very Congress, was attacked on January 6, 2021, in a violent insurrection orchestrated by President Trump in an attempt to stop the transfer of power to the legitimate winner of the 2020 election. Former President Trump tried to use violence and the flaws of the 1887 Electoral Count Act to overcome his loss in the 2020 election. That was 1,045 days ago. By contrast, there are less than 20 days during which this Congress can still pass legislation to reform, amend, and clarify the 1887 Electoral Count Act and ensure that events like January 6th never happen again. We must act. We cannot fail. Former President Trump has set the stage for his supporters to use the flaws in the 1887 law to put aside the electors that reflect the will of the voters in key states and instead send forward electors loyal to Trump. In 135 years since the Electoral Count Act of 1887's enactment, the United States was fortunate to experience continuous, peaceful elections and transfer of power. Former President Trump shattered that cherished norm on January 6th. My colleagues, the fact that we came back into the House chamber to formally confirm the 2020 Electoral College, despite the violence made against our lives, is a source of immense pride not only to us but to America. We now know that the previous transfers of power took place despite the law and its failings, not because of it. Tragically, President Trump and his anti-democratic allies' efforts to exploit the loopholes in the Electoral Count Act did not end on that infamous day. Over the last 2 years, unscrupulous MAGA Republican officials have been carrying out a deliberate and coordinated plan to build on the big lie by enacting state laws that allow partisan lawmakers to reject the will of the voters and undermine the American democracy. During the recent 2022 midterm election, 170 of Trump's endorsed election-denying candidates running for Congress and critical state offices have been projected to win their races. Finally, last night, we watched former President Trump carry out the next step in his plan by formally declaring his candidacy for presidency in 2024. The stage is now set for these actors to once again exploit the ambiguities of the Electoral Count Act as early as 2024. These dangerous actions have already undercut public trust in our electoral system and their elected officials. If left unaddressed, they could prove catastrophic and bring about an end to America's 245 years of democratic tradition. Congress must now reform the outdated 1887 law to ensure that no state legislature controlled by any party, can subvert a presidential election by ignoring the will of the voters in that state. Fortunately, the House recently passed the Presidential Election Reform Act, which would significantly improve the Electoral Count Act. I want to applaud Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren of the House Administration Committee and Ranking Member Liz Cheney, who brought the legislation forward. Additionally, the U.S. Senate Committee on Rules and Administration recently marked up the Electoral Count Reform Act, a competing proposal. I call upon my colleagues in the key committees to promptly bring forward compromise legislation that we can enact into law. Democracy is fragile, and it is our responsibility to protect it. Americans have upheld this responsibility for more than 2 centuries of challenges and adversity. If we fail to seize this opportunity to fix the broken Electoral Count Act, I fear that our democratic system will not get another chance. Congress has waited 145 days, and there's only 20 remaining. Time is running out.
Gentleman's time has
I yield
expired.
back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every few weeks we read headlines of another crisis: baby formula, fertilizer, and now another important input, diesel fuel. This administration not only continues to turn a blind eye, but perpetuates harmful policies that worsen these crises. From day one, President Biden has launched a war on American energy, and now it must end. Through executive actions, the Biden administration paused domestic production of oil while limiting and disincentivizing investments in American energy infrastructure and refining capacity. On his very first day in office, President Biden canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, thus declaring war on our domestic energy production. 7 days later, he paused new oil and gas leasing on public lands and offshore waters. Then, in November 2021, the EPA proposed new source performance methane standards on the oil and natural gas industry, tying the hands of smaller producers. Just last week at the COP27, President Biden doubled down on this proposal and announced even more burdensome requirements on U.S. oil and gas sources. Meanwhile, Americans were pumping away their paychecks as prices for gas and home heating skyrocketed. This administration needs to refocus its priorities by increasing domestic energy production, expediting pipeline permitting, and abandoning burdensome rulemakings that are harming American agriculture. Let's face facts. Americans' farm families and consumers have struggled with fractured supply chains, skyrocketing input costs, and historic levels of inflation. Economic woes exacerbated by congressional Democrats' excessive spending and the Biden administration's burdensome regulatory agenda. Under this administration, farm production expenses are up nearly $80 billion, led by an 84% or $21 billion increase in fertilizer expenses and a 65% increase in fuel expense. As the Biden administration's self-inflicted energy crisis surges into a diesel shortage, they continually pass the buck by blaming domestic energy producers. Further, Biden's regulatory assault destroys any incentive for domestic energy producers to invest in energy infrastructure, which worsens the energy market volatility and increases costs for vital farm inputs such as diesel fuel and fertilizer. In October 2022, EIA reported that the distillate fuel oil inventory at 106 million. This is the lowest stock since 2008, the lowest stock for this time of year since 1982, and in some regions, the lowest inventory since 1950. Diesel fuel is used every day to power farm and ranch equipment and deliver goods to the marketplace. This Biden-inflicted diesel crisis further exacerbates record inflation, skyrocketing farm input costs, and consumer prices. The national average price for diesel fuel per gallon is $5.36 a gallon, an increase of $1.71 or 50% from this time just last year. By gambling away American energy and resource independence in the name of climate change, the Biden administration has harmed the very industry, U.S. agriculture, that contributes to 13% of the annual greenhouse gas sequestration. Just this past summer, President Biden went to the Saudis and begged OPEC Plus to increase production. Instead of relying on our adversaries and asking them to produce more, we should be focused on the responsible development of America's own abundant natural resources. Mr. Speaker, Republicans have solutions focused on reversing industry-crushing regulations and market signals, unleashing production of crude oil, streamlining permitting and environmental review processes, and restoring refining capacity. We must reverse this self-inflicted crisis and unleash our domestic energy production. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Bush, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. St. Louis and I rise today in full support of President Biden's student debt relief plan in the face of Republican efforts to block economic relief for millions of people. The $1.9 trillion student debt crisis has cost people more than just money. It has stripped countless people of the opportunity to start a family, buy a home, start a business, or further their education. My office has been collecting heartbreaking stories from constituents across Missouri's 1st District about how student debt relief would impact their lives for the better. Here are some of their stories. Michelle H. writes, "The ongoing gloom and constant worry of student loan debt will lessen significantly. Even if some of the debt that I've accumulated through student loans was forgiven, my entire quality of life will drastically increase and my mental health will also increase. This would be absolutely life-changing." Amy V. notes, "We will be able to buy a house, my first mortgage. This will allow me to pay off other bills and increase my credit score. I cannot afford the monthly payment of over $900 per month." Allison M. writes, "I have been swimming in debt since I graduated college with a degree and a job. At one point, I couldn't even afford to move out of my parents' because my student loans were over $1,000. Sally Mae ruined my credit score, and now that I finally have somewhat of a stable income, if this debt relief comes through, I can actually see a light at the end of still a long tunnel. But before, I never even thought there was such a light." These are just 3 of the 43 million borrowers who are depending on transformative student debt relief measures that will change their lives forever. I'd like to share my own personal story of my journey grappling with immense student loan debt. As a single mom of 2, working an hourly job that made less than $10 an hour, even after working there for 10 years, I struggled to provide for my family and for myself. I knew I needed a change, a career change, but that meant I would need to go back to school and that I would ultimately incur student debt. I thought that once I graduated and I got a steady job, I would be able to pay it back quickly. So I enrolled into nursing school, took out loans, and a few years later, I was a registered nurse. For the most part, everything went as I expected, and it wasn't until I was faced with that first payment that I realized just how astronomical this debt burden became. Even with a job that paid more money than I had ever made before, it still felt impossible to be able to pay it off. Ultimately, I was able to pay off my student loans, but it took years. During those years, I struggled to pay these loans. I faced multiple eviction notices and was evicted, had difficulty feeding my 2 babies and affording childcare as I worked long and odd hours as a nurse. It was hard at times. It felt impossible. I would have welcomed debt relief, and it's why I am pushing so hard to remove that economic burden for current and future generations. Education should be affordable, equitable, and accessible to absolutely everyone. It should lead to prosperity and opportunity, not debt. I share these stories with you, my colleagues, and implore us all to continue supporting the Biden administration and backing down the dark money and right-wing attacks on student debt relief, and to continue standing with borrowers by extending the payment pause beyond December 31st and using every single legal authority to deliver student debt relief. We have a responsibility and an obligation to cancel student debt now. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank the American farmer and to deliver the 15th installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series. The United States is the most food-secure country in the world thanks to the strength and determination of American farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers. With America's robust resources, we've been committed to ensuring food security at home and around the world, and Kansas has been on the cutting edge of that effort for nearly a century. In September 1953, Peter O'Brien, a farmer from Cheyenne County, Kansas, stood up at his local county farm bureau meeting to share an idea. He wanted to use Kansas grain to help hungry people around the world. Over the next several months, today's Food for Peace program was crafted. The following year, one of Kansas' favorite sons, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, signed parts of that program into law. That was the beginning of what is now a longstanding Kansas tradition of commitment, care, and leadership in the international effort to address global hunger. 2 weeks ago, I hosted David Beasley, the Executive Director of the World Food Program, in Kansas for an event to thank the American farmer. Executive Director Beasley had just been in Egypt, Ethiopia, and Rome, but he came to Kansas because he understands the impact that farmers in my state have had on the international food aid. American farmers use their resources to feed, fuel, and clothe the world, which is no small task. It takes grit, determination, and strong partnership between the public and private sectors. The World Food Program won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2020 it is the largest humanitarian organization in the world, specializing in using American-grown commodities for international food assistance. And it's a great example of what we can accomplish when private-public partnerships thrive. Now, with the 2023 reauthorization of the Farm Bill upon us, we see that the Kansas legacy of international food aid is alive and well. Today, our country administers in-kind food assistance primarily through Farm Bill programs such as the Bill Emerson Humanitarian Trust and the McGovern-Dole Food for Education program, just to name 2. These programs have an especially strong return on investment because they support American agriculture producers today while greatly reducing the need for conflict or war-related dollars tomorrow. In the long run, these programs save the American taxpayer money. We know that when food rations are accessible in developing countries, conflict decreases. International food aid is therefore a way to stop wars before they start. I have the privilege and responsibility of advocating for Kansas' top priorities in the Farm Bill. That means protecting crop insurance, promoting trade, and ensuring that any oversight within the bill doesn't needlessly handcuff American producers with red tape. Congress must also ensure that international food aid programs remain strong in the Farm Bill. Around the world today, hungry people are facing starvation in emergency situations rely on American farmers who have provided nutrition in the place of starvation, created careers of dignity in the place of aimlessness, and secured peace in the place of war. I'll be back on the floor soon to deliver another installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series and highlight more programs and titles within the bill that I believe Congress must understand and support to ensure that agriculture thrives in America. The people who feed, fuel, and clothe us all deserve our unwavering support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Chief Master Sergeant John Jones of Utica, New York, who retired in October of this year after nearly 30 years of full-time service in the Air National Guard. Chief Master Sergeant John A. Jones entered the Air Force in August of 1993, serving in ever-increasing positions of responsibility over the next 29 years, culminating in his most recent position as Superintendent of the 174th Maintenance Operations Flight at Hancock Field Air National Guard Base in Syracuse, New York. Chief Jones started his career at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware as an aircraft maintenance specialist, where he maintained the C-5 Galaxy. He accumulated hundreds of flying hours in both peacetime and combat missions. He transitioned to the 174th Fighter Wing of the New York Air National Guard in 1997, serving 9 years as an attack controls systems specialist and electronic integrated systems specialist. In these roles, he maintained critical electronic systems of the F-16 Fighting Falcon. In 2006, Chief Jones moved to the Maintenance Group Quality Assurance Office as the avionics inspector, eventually serving as the chief inspector and superintendent. Chief Jones deployed multiple times to the European and Middle Eastern theaters of operation in service of our country to support operations Deliberate Force, Southern Watch, Noble Eagle, and Enduring Freedom. Chief Jones was also instrumental in the modernization of New York's Air National Guard fleet, including playing a pivotal role overseeing the aircraft mission conversion from the F-16 Fighting Falcon to the MQ-9 Reaper. I have come to personally know Chief Jones through his dedicated work as the New York Wing Commander of the Civil Air Patrol program I care deeply about and have consistently supported as a member of Congress and also as a member of the New York State Assembly. My son, Trey, who is a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy and Marine officer, was once a young man in the Civil Air Patrol's cadet program. I saw firsthand how Civil Air Patrol's educational program and leadership training lit a spark within him that played a role in propelling him to serve our nation. And CAP continues to do the same for young men and women across our country. I had the opportunity recently to explore just how the Civil Air Patrol's New York Wing conducts disaster relief missions when I joined Chief Jones and his cadets for training session in Rome, New York. I saw cadets experience their first flights and was able to ride in a Civil Air Patrol plane myself. Thank you to Chief Jones for his experience as well as his decades of service to our community and our nation. I wish him the very best in retirement and am confident he will continue to find ways to give back to our region and continue to empower and inspire leaders of the next generation. I yield temporarily. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to call upon the Senate to quickly pass the Susan Muffley Act, which you may remember passed this body earlier this year with strong bipartisan support. Under the Obama administration, the Delphi salaried retirees had their pension benefits slashed, while unionized hourly workers received their full benefits. This was an injustice to the Delphi salaried retirees that must be remedied, and it was the fault of the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, a federal program. The Susan Muffley Act, led by Congressman Dan Kildee and Congressman Mike Turner, would fully restore the Delphi salary retirees' full pension benefits with back pay. I was honored to support this legislation when it passed the House of Representatives in July, and thank you to all my colleagues across the aisle and everyone who recognized this grave injustice and supported these hardworking people who deserve these benefits restored. Now the Senate must pass this legislation before it expires at the end of this year. The Delphi Group has been fighting for almost 15 years to correct this wrong, and it would be a travesty if they lost this battle. That's why I'm calling on Senate leadership and all the senators to bring the Susan Muffley Act to the floor, to support it, and to include it in our end-of-year work this legislative session. Together, we can make the Delphi employees whole and can right this wrong and this terrible injustice to these hardworking Americans who just did their job and paid into their own pension system and were not able to receive the benefits of the fruits of their labor. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember the life of Jefferson County Sheriff's Office Deputy James Lee, who tragically passed away on July 9th, leaving behind a legacy of service to Jefferson County. Deputy Lee was a Marine who started with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office in 1973 and was 71 years old when he passed away. He was known as someone who enjoyed going to work to protect his community, who was tough but always showed compassion. He leaves behind a wife and son who will follow in his father's footsteps at the sheriff's office. Though he may be gone, I know that Deputy Lee is still watching over his beloved community and family. Please join me in recognizing the extraordinary life and service of one Deputy James Lee. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the retirement of a local leader and dedicated public servant who I am proud to call a friend, the outgoing mayor of League City, Texas, the Honorable Pat Hallisey. Throughout his 6 years as mayor, Pat's dedication to the city of League City was clear. He maintained a community with high standards of safety, health, and prosperity. He left League City better than he found it. As mayor, Pat led the city through recovery efforts stemming from the damage caused by Hurricane Harvey, and I am proud to have worked with him over the years to revitalize Galveston County's largest city. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of a grateful community, it is my privilege to honor Mayor Pat Hallisey and his beautiful wife, Janice. Along with her and his family, friends, and colleagues, I want to extend the absolute best wishes to Mayor Pat Hallisey in his retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the service of the Honorable Michael Nelson, or as his friends and family call him, just Mike. He has dedicated his life to serving the people of Galveston County. Judge Mike was born on June 17, 1949, in Gould, Arkansas. At 18, he enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, served 3 tours in Vietnam, and retired from service in 1976. He is married to the former Carol Rottenberry of Santa Fe, Texas, where they raised their 4 daughters, Sarah Jane, Peyton, Heather, and Mikola, and 4 sons, Doug, Michael John, Michael Jr., and Curtis. Mr. Nelson served as a Justice of the Peace and a municipal court judge since 1986 in Galveston County. A true testament to his character, in 2017, he was awarded the Man of the Year from the Chamber of Commerce of Hitchcock. Mike is a man of purpose, honor, and unwavering determination for the betterment of our community. He has left a positive impact on that very same community. Judge Mike is a beloved member of that community and a fearless advocate for his constituents, whom he cares for deeply. He always had an open door policy for any constituent who wished to meet with him. His accomplishment, his record, and willingness to serve are evident in the over 35 years of public service. On behalf of Texas's 14th Congressional District, Mr. Speaker, I am honored to recognize his exceptional leadership and his example as a true public servant. Mike, thank you for being an incredible leader. You will be remembered for generations to come. You are a man of your word, you're intelligent, you're disciplined, and you treat people respectively. It is an absolute honor to know you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of one Mr. Bill Nell, or as described by a lifelong friend, the John Wayne of Beaumont, Texas. He passed away at age 85 on August the 24th, 2022, leaving behind a community of friends and family and a legacy of hard work, sacrifice, and service. Bill was an extraordinary community leader and had a true servant's heart. He served 4 years as the mayor of Beaumont, chairman of the board, Beaumont Chamber of Commerce. He was a member of the board of directors of First City Bank and served chairman for many organizations in the city. He was a man of integrity, and his passion and service to the community was felt and will continue to be felt far and wide. I take this time to honor the life of service exemplified by Mayor Nell. I thank him and his family for their dedication to our fellow citizens on behalf of a very, very grateful 14th District of Texas. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you drive around Harrisonburg, Virginia, you're bound to see an officer with the Harrisonburg Police Department keeping residents, visitors, and college students safe. As HPD reminds us, so many things have changed since those handwritten meeting notes of November 12, 1872, when the 700 residents of the town of Harrisonburg at that time wrote the single-man police department into being. By January 1, 1873, the force comprised of the chief of police, Joseph Kelly, and a police aide, Officer Willis. Current HPD Captain Jason Kidd said of the anniversary, "It's so important to reach this milestone because the city has grown tremendously and developed tremendously during these past 150 years. The growth of the department, personnel, added positions, and technological improvements have allowed the department to police better and police smarter and just do the best job they can for the community." End quote. To celebrate this milestone, HPD established a 150-year committee, and the officers will be sporting a 150-year badge to mark the occasion. HPD will also be building a time capsule to look back on this milestone in the future. I join the citizens of Harrisonburg in thanking the Harrisonburg Police Department for their 150 years of service. Mr. Speaker, the American people are all looking forward to the holiday season. Unfortunately, the annual pre-Thanksgiving shopping receipt will be a sad reminder that Washington hasn't been working for them. Up and down the grocery store aisle, prices have risen on all our Thanksgiving necessities. Turkeys cost 23% more, eggs cost 43% more, butter's up 27%, and milk up 15%. The overall price of groceries over the last year has risen 12.4%. And for those traveling far to see their families and loved ones this year, airline fares are up 43% over last year. While everyone's having to tighten their budgets, those working 2 jobs or on fixed incomes are getting hit the hardest, forcing roughly 1 in 4 Americans to forego Thanksgiving dinner altogether. An additional $9 trillion in government spending has fueled this inflation crisis, and hardworking Americans are paying the price. If we're going to get this country back on track, Congress needs to cut spending, unleash American energy independence, and push pro-growth policies. It's time to fix a broken Washington and save America from this administration's failed economic agenda. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Stewart's Draft Cougars cheer team for winning this year's Class 1-2 Virginia State Cheerleading Championship. This victory marks the program's 5th state title in 6 years. The Cougars faced numerous hurdles to reach this victory, placing second behind Fort Defiance during the first round. However, before the second round began, Coach Tammy Carter told the team to be, quote, the athletes they trained to be, and they did just that. By focusing on what they needed to improve, the Cougars left it all on the mat and increased their score by over 30 points, earning the state title. These talented young ladies include Lexi Amarode, Addison Colvin, Jenna Comer, Sophia Coppola, Taylor Huffman, Zoe Mader, Zane Marshall, Abby Michelet, Cadence Morris, Taryn Morris, Bailey Painter, Aiko Puckett, Olivia Puckett, Alyssa Sanner, Holly Stevens, Amaya Swats, and Natalie Thompson. For 6 seniors on the team, this was their last memory of cheering together. Madams Coppola, Mader, Marshall, Michelet, Morris, and Painter. It's an outpouring of emotion hoisting the state championship trophy one final time. Senior Zane Marshall said of her class's historic reign, "To have 3 state championships, I don't even know how to feel. It's crazy." The seniors will leave their high school cheerleading careers with their heads held high, knowing their leadership and performance have left a lasting legacy on their team. Congratulations to all the talented athletes and dedicated coaches on this incredible victory. They've earned it. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the extraordinary life of Chuck Larson, or Charles Larson Sr. Chuck passed away earlier this month, surrounded by his family at the age of 87. Chuck's life was dedicated to public service, serving both in the military and in government. He was active in the United States Army Reserves for 33 years, where he was recipient of the Legion of Merit Award and retired as colonel. Following his military service, Chuck worked with Iowa Governor Terry Branstad as a member of his cabinet, served on Iowa's Board of Parole, and served as the director of the Alliance on Substance Abuse. Additionally, Chuck served under President Ronald Reagan and President George H.W. Bush as the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Iowa. I am grateful for Chuck's career in public service, and my thoughts and prayers are with his family during this difficult time. I rise today to recognize Todd Hafner for his retirement from William Penn University. Todd has been the head coach of the football team at William Penn University in Oskaloosa for the past 19 years. During his career, the Statesman had a winning record of 112, 93, 1, giving him the most wins of any coach in the school's history. Under Todd's coaching, he won league titles in 2010, 2012, and 2016. Todd's accomplishments have not gone unnoticed by his colleagues. He was named a 3-time Conference Coach of the Year, the Victory Sports Network National Association of Intercollegiate Athletics Coach of the Year, and the AFCA Region Coach of the Year in 2010. Thank you, Todd, for your role in furthering William Penn's football program, mentoring of young athletes, and your 19 years of success. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Healthy Savannah for earning one of only 2 2022 Reach Lark Galloway Gilliam Awards for Advancing Health Equity Challenge. Healthy Savannah is a public-private partnership of more than 200 businesses, nonprofits, faith and community-based organizations, schools, and healthcare and government agencies. Healthy Savannah aims to make Savannah, Georgia, a healthier place to live with a particular focus on reducing health disparities and increasing health equity for African Americans with lower incomes and those disproportionately affected by chronic disease. The CDC chose Healthy Savannah for this award because of its outstanding work improving the health and well-being of people in the communities in which they live. The members of the organizations within Healthy Savannah are all to be commended for the hard work and dedication that they have towards improving the lives of members of their communities. Congratulations, Healthy Savannah, and thank you for continuing to make our community a healthier place to live. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Fire Chief Randy Mobley, an exceptional Georgian and selfless leader in his community. In 1982, Mr. Mobley was hired as a fireman. Chief Mobley went on to dedicate 40 years of service to the city of Brunswick, 10 of which were spent as a fire chief. Over 4 decades of noble labor, Randy has implemented many programs that have helped keep Brunswick citizens safe. His safety smoke alarm program provided smoke alarms to all residents in his community. Through his program, Brunswick was able to maintain a Class 1 ISO insurance rating, the highest protection rating you can receive. What an inspiration it is to go to work every day and put your own life on the line to save others. Individuals like Chief Randy Mobley make me proud to represent the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 75th anniversary of India's independence from the British Empire. On August 15, 1947, the Parliament passed the Indian Independence Act, officially establishing India as a sovereign nation after nearly 90 years under the Raj. This act of Parliament marked the creation of the largest democracy in history, responsible for governing the nation over 1 billion strong. Though it may not seem like it at first glance, the United States and India share much in common. Our national identities were both forged from a rejection by British rule by Crown or Company. We both recognize the vital importance of autonomy, of independence, and freedom from foreign rulers. India's commitment to democracy and self-government has been unwavering in the past decades, and its future today is brighter than ever before. I'm excited for America's relationship with India to continue flourishing, as it has for the past 75 years, and I'm proud to call the people of India our friends. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of Patricia Pat Bowler, a woman who was a staple within the Garden City community for over 50 years. After being born in Texas, Pat moved to Georgia, where she attended Armstrong State University, earning a degree in education before earning her master's degree at Georgia Southern University. As a teacher with the Chatham County school system, she touched the lives of countless elementary-age children. Her work as a Title I reading teacher will shape generations to come. In a display of her true desire to serve the community around her, she spent considerable time teaching adult education classes. Pat faithfully attended and served at Garden City United Methodist Church, where she was a member for 57 years. She taught Sunday school and was the president of the United Methodist Women. Outside of this, she was active as a Girl Scout leader and softball coach. She raised 4 daughters with poise and taught them the values of education, service, and community. She will be deeply missed and remembered by the innumerable lives she shaped. I extend my sincere condolences to Pat's family, friends, and community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, for your name's sake and out of the goodness of your love, deliver the people of Ukraine from their enemies' unrelenting attacks. We pray for the poor and needy who have lost hope and home. Heal the hearts of those wounded within who have lost faith and family. Consider those whose lives and livelihood have faded away like the evening shadows. Shine on them the light of your saving love. Help the men and women, those of old age and the children, those who have fled their persecutors and those who remain defiantly in place to preserve their land, the political leaders and the warriors who battle on all fronts. Protect each of them according to your unfailing love. Then may the foes who pursue them know that it is your hand that has preserved Ukraine. May those who curse Ukraine be made mute by your just word. May those who attack be put to shame by your righteousness. And may those who continue to serve you faithfully in this their time of trial find reason to rejoice in you. For you, O Lord, stand at the right hand of the oppressed to save them from their distress. And so it is with hope in your salvation and in the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
For which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to mark Transgender Awareness Week. In recent years, we've seen increased transgender visibility, whether on our TV screens with Angelica Ross on Pose, An American Horror Story, and Amy Schneider's success on Jeopardy, or in the federal government with the confirmation of Admiral Levine, the Assistant Secretary for Health. Transgender people want and deserve the same thing we all want, to be treated with respect and to be equal members in our communities under our laws. To the transgender community, I am standing here on the floor of the House of Representatives today to tell you that you are valued, you are loved, and your stories matter. Your identity should not just be affirmed, but celebrated. And as chair of the Congressional LGBTQ+ Equality Caucus, we will never stop fighting for your ability to reach your full potential without fear of discrimination, violence, or stigmatization. You deserve full equality, nothing less. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the United Way of Tarrant County's 100th anniversary. United Way has supported the community in many ways and has enriched the lives of the people in the area. They have helped residents, volunteers, donors, businesses, governments, nonprofits, and community stakeholders and brought them together to solve some of the toughest issues affecting Tarrant County. I join in proclaiming November 17th, 2022 as Get United Day and am proud of their important work to encourage unity among all residents and commitment to building a stronger community. I want to congratulate the United Way of Tarrant County for this significant milestone, and I am confident they will continue their exceptional service to the community for the next 100 years. In God we trust. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor of the life of Tyrone Winfrey, a beloved resident of Michigan's 13th District, a tireless advocate for students, and a fighter for higher education opportunities, and so much more. Tyrone served as the Executive Director of Community Affairs for Detroit Public Schools Community District and was our former school board president. He worked tirelessly to advocate for our youth and to ensure that every student had access to quality education. Tyrone served as our community over 35 years at the school district, and during this time he inspired and supported and uplifting so many of our students and families. Unfortunately, Mr. Winfrey lost his 5-year battle with cancer this month, but I'm here proud to stand in honor of his life and his love for our community. My thoughts and prayers are with his family and our school community, as well as all those impacted by Tyrone Winfrey. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute revised. I extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Americans are experiencing inflation at 40-year highs, with families in South Carolina paying over 14% more in the last year. Under Biden, inflation has outpaced worker wages for 18 months in a row and will cost the average American household over $8,000 annually, which is a loss of a month of income. A trip to the grocery store cost families 12% more from last year. Eggs are up 43%, flour up 25%, milk up 15%. The Congressional Budget Office reports the Irresponsible Inflation Expansion Act will increase the deficit through 2026 and cost working families an additional $60 billion, destroying jobs. Our country is in crisis and Americans need relief, which is why voters have achieved a House Republican majority. Republicans will fight Bidenflation undermining American families. Congratulations, Speaker-to-be Kevin McCarthy. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the VA Infrastructure Powers Exceptional Research Act, called the Viper Act, that the House will consider today. In Buffalo in 1958, Dr. William Sharpdack and engineer Wilson Greatbatch teamed up to develop the first implantable pacemaker at our Buffalo VA hospital. Today, more than 3 million around the world have an implanted pacemaker. And the VA pacemaker program still monitors more than 11,000 veterans with pacemakers. The Viper Act will build on this record, bringing us another step toward the next generation of life-saving treatments. I ask my colleagues to join in supporting this legislation. It's an investment in a stronger future for veterans and our healthcare system overall, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Kiwanis Club of Clarion, Pennsylvania on their 100th anniversary. Since the club's founding on December 16, 1922, the members of the Kiwanis Club have been a crucial part of the community in Clarion. The Kiwanis Club is an international organization of volunteers that strives to serve the needs of children. The Kiwanis Club has over 550,000 members internationally and seeks to help children by fighting hunger, improving literacy rates, and improving children's health and educational outcomes. Across the world, Kiwanis Club members have taken part in over 150,000 service projects to benefit communities and help make them better places to live. Today, the Clarion Kiwanis continue to carry out the club's mission of giving back to the community by hosting regular fundraisers to benefit children and providing an annual scholarship for students in Clarion County. Please join me in congratulating the Clarion Kiwanis Club on 100 years of service and thanking them for their many years of giving back to Clarion County. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? No objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in solidarity with South Jersey Sikh community. This month marks 38 years since the anti-Sikh rioters in India massacred Sikhs over 3 days. The massacre was retaliation for the assassination of Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. There were mass rapes, lynchings. Sikhs' homes and their businesses were destroyed, senselessly slaughtered for nothing more than their beliefs and their religion. Following the slaughter, some of the Sikhs chose to flee India. Today, many of them call South Jersey home. They built lives for themselves, contributed to the education, economic, religious, and cultural richness of our region. They also carry the knowledge of those dark days. They keep the names and the memories of those who were lost in those days very much alive. In memory of those Sikhs lost to this senseless violence between November 1st and 3rd of 1984, and with respect to those who carry on their legacy in South Jersey today, I stand here in solidarity with my Sikh brothers and sisters, and I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose is the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, the midterm elections delivered a strong message to the GOP. Politicians should keep their hands off women's reproductive decisions. Voters in California, Michigan, and Vermont enshrined abortion access into their state constitutions, and Kentucky voters rejected a ballot measure threatening abortion protections. Post-election polls show a majority of voters want to see Congress protect abortion rights. But regardless of how unpopular their views, Republicans in Congress doubled down on their attacks on women's bodies. We know it's going to be an uphill battle to codify Roe, and House Republicans made it clear they won't stop with banning abortion. Last July, 193 House Republicans voted against my bill to protect the right to birth control, a measure 95% of voters agree with. The right to abortion and birth control are critical issues for the American people. So I ask my colleagues across the aisle, why aren't they critical to you? Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose is the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to highlight some of the historic results of my colleagues and I being able to deliver to the American people over the last 2 years. By putting aside political agendas and working for the betterment of our communities, we have made real change. In the 117th Congress, House Democrats fought to pass landmark packages to address the disenfranchisement inherently embedded in our country. We helped ensure more of our people can thrive by passing the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Still, there is more work to be done. My colleagues and I remain committed to putting money back in the pockets of American workers and families by addressing inflation, lowering health care costs, bolstering domestic manufacturing to create new, good-paying jobs, not scaring people, supporting them. I thank you for that, and I yield back.
For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
I seek to address the House for 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
Without objection.
Thank you. We've watched tens of billions of dollars be sent to defend another nation's border that is not our own. Every single day, our border is invaded by people from foreign lands and also by drugs. Over 300 people are dying every single day. Americans are dying every single day from fentanyl poisoning. Yet the Biden administration and this Congress has not done anything to protect our nation's border and the American people. Just to remind everyone, the building that we're standing in, the federal government, and everyone's paychecks here is paid by the American taxpayers. And the American taxpayers and the American people deserve to have a secure border and deserve the protection of the federal government from the Mexican cartels that funnel drugs into America to kill Americans. I'm calling for an audit of every single penny that has been sent to Ukraine, including aid money and any other monies that have been given to the Ukrainian government to defend their national security, where our national security has been ignored. This must be done. It has to be done as soon as possible for the American people. They deserve transparency, and they deserve to see where their money is going. I yield back.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Strengthening the VA Cybersecurity Act legislation I introduced to support and protect our selfless veterans.
The VA is the largest integrated healthcare network in the United States, and it stores millions of records with personal information for veterans and their families. This legislation will require the VA to obtain an independent cybersecurity assessment of its most critical information systems and develop a timeline and budget to fix any identified weaknesses and deficiencies. We must continue to work to ensure that the VA has the tools it needs to effectively protect against new and emerging cybersecurity threats and safeguard our veterans' information. I look forward to continuing to collaborate with all of my colleagues to move in this common sense and bipartisan legislation forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back my time.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on November 15, 2022 at 4:39 p.m. Appointment, United States-China Economic and Security Review Commission. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
Good. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1464, I call up S. 4524, the Speak Out Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4524, an act to limit the judicial enforceability of pre-dispute, non-disclosure, and non-disparagement contract clauses relating to disputes involving sexual assault and sexual harassment.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1464, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S. 4524.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, S. 4524, the Speak Out Act, empowers survivors of sexual misconduct by prohibiting the use of non-disclosure and non-disparagement clauses that serve to silence survivors who entered agreements containing those clauses before a dispute arises. Often buried in the fine print of contracts of adhesion that workers and consumers sign every day to secure employment, goods, or services, these confidentiality clauses have contributed to the culture of silence in cases involving sexual misconduct. As such, they have routinely enabled sexual predators to evade accountability. The confidential nature of these clauses makes it extremely difficult to fully diagnose the scope of this problem. Nevertheless, experts estimate that more than 1/3 of workers in the United States are required to sign a non-disclosure agreement in their employment contracts. This is particularly concerning because of the rampant nature of sexual abuse in the workplace. An estimated 81% of women and 43% of men will experience sexual harassment in their lifetimes, and more than half of all women report being subjected to unwanted sexual activity while in the workplace. But these appalling numbers do not even tell the full story. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission found that the vast majority of survivors simply never report incidents of sexual harassment or sexual assault. Today, we will take an important step towards fixing this problem by banning the enforcement of non-disclosure and non-disparagement clauses agreed to before a sexual harassment or sexual assault dispute arises. For the purposes of this bill, a dispute arises when a person chooses to exercise their legal rights by asserting a claim of sexual harassment or sexual assault in some official context, such as by complaining to a government agency or by filing a lawsuit. This legislation continues Congress's important work to protect the rights of survivors to come forward and hold perpetrators accountable for abuse. Earlier this year, on a bipartisan basis, we enacted H.R. 4445, which empowers survivors to decide whether they resolve their disputes in court or through arbitration. That bill was an example of how Congress can and should function.
we work together across the aisle to identify a problem, establish a bipartisan solution to that problem, and to pass legislation to restore the rights of millions of Americans to their day in court. The Speak Out Act is an opportunity for us to work together once again to end the oppressive culture of silence hiding sexual misconduct, promote transparency and accountability, and make the workplace safer for everyone. This legislation has already passed the Senate unanimously, and it is supported by a broad coalition of public interest organizations, including the American Association for Justice, the National Alliance to End Sexual Violence, Ralliance, the Army of Survivors, the National Domestic Violence Hotline, and the National Coalition Against Sexual Assault. I thank our colleagues, Representatives Frankel, Buck, Cicilline, Jayapal, Griffith, Bustos, and Owens for their leadership on this issue. I urge all members to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman is reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, sexual misconduct is terrible and it's wrong. Those who engage in it should be held accountable. But this bill, while well-intentioned, is misguided. For starters, it's a massive federal overreach. It regulates contract law that has been and should be handled at the state level. Some states have decided to regulate confidentiality clauses in contracts. Others have decided not to. That's how our system of government works. That's how our Constitution works. States experimenting to find out what, in fact, works best. However, this bill creates a new federal floor that undercuts the power of states in the process. And this is just the beginning of a new push by Democrats to chip away at states' rights. The White House said as much this week. In commenting on the bill, the Biden administration said, quote, "It looks forward to continuing to work with Congress to advance broader legislation that addresses a range of issues implicated in NDAs and non-disparagement clauses," end quote. They're not hiding the ball here. Federalism is a serious issue, and Congress should not be taking power from the states just to impose its top-down approach. Additionally, we should take a hard look at the findings included in the bill as passed by the Senate. House Democrats intentionally left these findings out of the version of the bill that the Judiciary Committee marked up. These findings include statistics about the percentage of men and women who have experienced some form of sexual harassment or sexual assault in their lifetime. It's not clear where these statistics in these new findings come from, but they seem to rely on a study that used a broad definition of sexual harassment, very broad, that included instances of, quote, misgendering as sexual harassment. That definition goes way beyond existing law. A finding of Congress that effectively treats, quote, misgendering on its own as a form of sexual harassment will doubtlessly lead to future efforts to expand the law in other ways. If Democrats are going to include findings like this, they should at least have to debate it in the committee. We should think carefully about these findings before cementing them in federal law. Finally, this bill as drafted is too broad and will affect contractual matters completely unrelated to sexual misconduct. A confidentiality clause may cover a wide range of information. And when the bill applies, it nullifies the entire confidentiality clause with just a few poorly defined exceptions. As such, it will give trial lawyers an incentive to add unsupported allegations in litigation so they can void a confidentiality clause and access and use confidential information unrelated to the sexual misconduct. We all condemn sexual harassment and sexual assault. But this is a flawed bill, and it's going to create problems down the road. I urge my colleagues to oppose it and reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I only wish this bill did what the gentleman from Ohio says it does. It's modeled on by his logic, we should never have passed the Americans with Disability Act. We should have left it to the states. That obviously didn't work. I now yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, the sponsor of this bill, Ms. Frankel.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very, very proud to rise today in support of this game-changing, historic bill, the Speak Out Act, with thanks to our Senate and House speakers and to Representative Buck, Bustos in the House, Gillibrand and Blackburn. Of course, our Judiciary Committee, our staff, my staffer, Becker Flickier, and most especially to two very, very courageous women who may be with us today, Gretchen Carlson and Julia Roginski, who against all odds fought back against the abuse of powerful men and a powerful corporation, and who have lifted the voices of women by leading efforts to stem the scourge of sexual harassment and assault in the workplace and civic society. Thank you to Gretchen and Julie. Today, Madam Speaker, we'll pass legislation in tandem with the no arbitration law, which is aimed at stopping sexual abuse at the workplace and holding abusers accountable. And with all due respect to my friends on the other side, we're here to protect women from being raped, not states from being raped. Current and federal law in most states allow employers and others to force non-disclosure agreements into employment and consumer contracts that silence survivors of sexual assault and harassment. These are known as forced NDAs, and 1/3 of our workforce is subject to them. And Madam Speaker, I have an example of one right here. For a layperson to look, I will just tell you, it's a bunch of gobbledygook. And nowhere would you know from reading this NDA, which is very typical, that it means if your boss rapes you, you can't tell a soul about it or you'll be penalized. And businesses are using these NDAs to cover up their dirty little secrets of sexual abuse that force survivors to bear the trauma in silence. So it's not bad enough, Madam Speaker, that a survivor is humiliated, emotionally scarred, or physically hurt, that they have to quit their job or turn down promotion or leave the field entirely. If they are forced to sign an NDA before a dispute arises, they must suffer in silence and not even be able to tell a spouse, a parent, or a coworker. And if they do, they can be fired or disciplined or sued for damages and attorney's fees. That is crazy and that is unjust. The forced NDA punishes the survivor and protects the perpetrator, who is set to abuse and abuse and abuse again. So today we hold abusers accountable and change the culture of the workplace. Employers who are used to sweeping these stories under the rug will now be forced to stop toxic workplaces and sexual assault before it happens. And this should lead to safer, more productive workplaces and a civic society for all. And the change couldn't come soon enough. It's not just the movie and the TV personalities we've read about that have been the victims of sexual abuse in the workplace. 1 in 3 women, disproportionately women of color, have suffered sexual harassment in the workplace. There are 71 million women in the workplace. That's million and million of women who have to endure this. And listen, our bipartisan women's caucus, we heard story after story. Maids, hotel maids, raped by guests, waitresses pinched by their customers to earn tips, farm workers assaulted in the field by their supervisors, a tech worker forced to date potential customers. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you're a hotel maid, a farm worker, a secretary, CEO. People in all walks of life are being inappropriately touched, raped, harassed by supervisors, coworkers, customers, and service providers. And the Speak Out Act, Madam Speaker, will make these forced NDAs null and void. But I do want to add,
I yield the gentlelady an extra 30 seconds.
Thank you. It does not prevent a business from protecting its trade secret, and it does not prevent giving the survivors an option to sign an NDA at a post-claim settlement if they choose. So, folks, let's all say no to the dirty little secrets that promote sexual abuse, ruin lives, and degrade businesses. I urge my colleagues, Democrat and Republicans alike, to vote yes on the Speak Out Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my friend and member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
I think the gentleman from Ohio. I want to be the first to admit this is a difficult bill to debate. It sounds good. And I believe the intentions of the other side of the aisle are good as well. Nobody should be subjected to sexual harassment. But there's a problem. We are legislating outside of our domain. We are violating states' rights in doing this. The law that we that's being proposed to pass today here has already in some form or another been implemented in 15 different states. But guess what? Those 15 different states don't all have the same solution. It's sort of arrogant for us to sit here and say that we're going to come up with a one-size-fits-all that's going to be better than anything that those 15 states have done. I've got 3 tests that I tell people back home that I represent, that I apply to any bill before I vote for it. The first test is it constitutional? This bill is questionable whether it's constitutional because it would regulate intrastate contracts, not just interstate contracts. We all know we have no business inside of the states. The other test that I apply is, can we afford it? Well, ostensibly, this bill doesn't cost that much to impose a new thing on employers or on contracts. But the third test that I always apply is this something we should solve at the federal level, or can states do it better? And that's where this bill fails. The states can legislate on this. The states have legislated on this. 15 different states since 2018 have legislated on this. In fact, the definition, as I read this bill and as we debated it, I wondered, what is the definition of sexual harassment? Well, the bill itself refers to the state definitions of sexual harassment. It's tacitly acknowledging that it is the domain of the states. Contract law is. And there was a concern expressed during the debate in committee on this, that is this the camel putting its nose in the tent when we let federal laws intervene or override state laws? And that was a concern that was expressed, but it wasn't a conspiracy theory that there would be more legislation after that. In fact, the ink's not even dry on this. The vote hasn't happened today, but 2 days ago, just recently, the Executive Office of the President, OMB, issued a statement of administrative policy about this bill. They are giddy at overriding state laws and breaking state contracts. In fact, their statement says, the administration looks forward to continuing to work with the Congress to advance broader legislation that addresses the range of issues implicated in NDAs and non-disparagement clauses. They can't wait to do more of this. They can't wait to take over the state legislature's roles in legislating these issues. I urge my colleagues to vote no against this. I know it's a tough vote. I know the other side has good intentions, but this is the wrong bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Lois Franco. Thank you, Sherry Busto. Thank you to the chairman and our chairmen of our subcommittee, from David Cicilline to Chairman Cohen, for the work that they've done. And let me agree with the gentleman from Kentucky in saying that it doesn't cost much. In fact, it doesn't cost much of anything as compared to the abuse that women have suffered for decades. Let me also agree with the gentleman that there are and is something called states' rights under the 10th Amendment. But let me be very clear that women don't have to suffer life or death circumstances under the Constitution. And I hold this book up for everybody to understand that this book does not require silence. This is not the Constitution of silence. This is not the Constitution of the 14th Amendment with equal protection of the law, yet as a woman, you are silent. It does not require due process, but you are silenced. Let me give you a fact. More than half of all employed women report experiencing sexual harassment or sexual assault while at work. As a result, there's a significant concern that NDAs are, in fact, abusive, and to the extent that it breaks a woman to not be able to tell of her harassment, her abuse, or her rape. Today, widespread sexual misconduct can be covered up by NDAs that are hiding the fine print that says take it or leave it. And when you have that, what you have is a circumstance where you are, in fact, promoting abuse and eliminating the power that women have and promoting the power that perpetrators have. I'd like to be able to stand on the Constitution that says to create a more perfect union. This legislation does not allow the fine print, doesn't allow or make you sign an NDA before there's even an issue or a case that has arisen. And more importantly, I think it saves lives and future women from sexual assault and rape. We know Harvey Weinstein that had this tool that was used over and over again. Employment contracts at his company included strict NDAs, which prevented survivors from coming forward with their stories. I know that that is not the workplace that you want your daughters to go into. As our young women leave and begin to work in colleges, from colleges, but also the women that work as factory workers, secretaries, and waitresses. Those used to be the jobs that people would look down on and say, oh, we know why they're in those jobs. No, they were in those jobs so they could support their family. Being a single parent, raising up their children. I know those women every day. Bus drivers, school bus drivers, getting a minimum wage, but they encountered those conditions just as you would encounter them in the major corporations. So I'm rising to support S 4524, the Speak Out Act, and ask whether or not, if you are a believer of the Constitution, where in it that says you must be silenced, your due process is silenced, your 14th Amendment, equal protection of the law is silenced.
I grant the gentlelady 30 seconds.
Let me thank the gentleman as well. All of this is silenced. And so the threat of legal retaliation is daunting to these women, enough to keep workers from coming forward with their stories of abuse. The Harvard Business Review has indicated that over 1/3 of the U.S. workforce is bound by NDA. So I close my remarks by saying, I walk away from here and saying that when we cast this vote, we will cast a vote for creating a more perfect union, and that women will not be second class, second rate, without the same equal protection of the law as anyone else. And I applaud the secretaries, the bus drivers, the factory workers, the cafeteria workers who happen to be women, as well as I applaud the corporate women who are rising up the corporate ladder.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
The Speaker would yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from North Carolina, valued member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the future chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, and I think whatever else voters said a week ago, they said don't go too far. That's the reason the gentleman to my right will be the Judiciary Chairman, and the gentleman far to my left will no longer be. This goes too far. And in the chairman's comments in support of the bill, he gave the pieces of information that help us to detect why that is. One, he said, he made reference to a bill, H.R. 4445, Ending Forced Arbitration of Sexual Assault and Sexual Harassment Act of 2021. And he said, appropriately so, that that bill had bipartisan support, including mine. It made it so that women who suffer sexual harassment, anyone who suffers sexual harassment is no longer limited, if they've entered into a contract forcing arbitration for mandatory arbitration of a dispute of that nature, they can bring it to court. Court is public in the United States. That bill is supported on a bipartisan basis because it's fair and equitable. The other thing the chairman said is that this bill, when we're talking about now, will empower survivors of sexual harassment, sexual assault. But it also will empower non-survivors. That is to say, anyone who wishes to bring a non-meritorious claim of sexual harassment forward in order to destroy someone's life also will be empowered by this to ignore any contract to do otherwise. A Rape on Campus is a retracted, defamatory Rolling Stone magazine article written by Sabrina Erdely and originally published on November 19, 2014, that describes a purported group sexual assault at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville. Rolling Stone retracted the story in its entirety on April 5, 2015. The article claimed that a UVA student, Jackie, had been taken to a party hosted by UVA's Phi Kappa Psi fraternity by a fellow student. At the party, Jackie alleged in the article, her date led her to a bedroom where she was gang raped by several fraternity members as part of a fraternity initiation ritual. Jackie's account generated much media attention, and UVA President Teresa Sullivan suspended all fraternities. After other journalists investigated the article's claims and found the significant discrepancies, Rolling Stone issued multiple apologies for the story. It has since been reported that Jackie may have invented portions of the story in an unsuccessful attempt to win the affections of a fellow student in whom she had a romantic interest. In a deposition given in 2016, Jackie stated that she believed her story at the time. On January 12, 2015, Charlottesville police officials told UVA that an investigation had failed to find any evidence confirming the events in the Rolling Stone article. UVA President Teresa Sullivan acknowledged that the story was discredited. Charlottesville police officially suspended their 4-month investigation on March 23, 2015, based on lack of credible evidence. The Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism audited the editorial processes that culminated in the article being published. On April 5, 2015, Rolling Stone retracted the article and published the independent report on the publication's history, and so forth. Everyone remembers the Duke lacrosse incident in Durham, North Carolina. Everyone remembers the lives destroyed by these and other false allegations. They do happen. The balance that we brought to the law by ensuring that every victim of sexual assault or harassment could come forward and sue. And if it is a suit against a public figure or against someone notorious or against someone rich or powerful, I got to tell you, that will get publicity. But it also is a system that has balance. People are subjected to discovery as to their motives. You have tools to find out and test the veracity of each side's views, each side's story. This bill gives the green light to the false accuser. This bill says resume speed. It's a resume speed sign to those who would make false accusations. We've brought balance to the law with the participation of Republicans and Democrats. I grant you that that was a great bill. I congratulate you on bringing forward that bill, which I joined and voted for. This one is unfair and unbalanced. It goes too far. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this bill goes so far. The gentleman from North Carolina tells us this bill goes too far. It goes so far, in fact, that every Republican member of the Senate voted for it. What a bunch of radicals. Madam Speaker, I now yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mrs. Cicilline.
Saying that this bill is proof of the extraordinary leadership of Chairman Nadler on the Judiciary Committee. He has led our committee in a principled, determined way, and I think as a result of his leadership, the Judiciary Committee has been the most productive, impactful, and effective committee in the Congress. And while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle look forward to a different chairman, I want to acknowledge the extraordinary leadership of our current chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of S. 4524, the Speak Out Act. And I want to applaud the sponsor, Ms. Frankel, Mr. Buck, and all the other bipartisan leaders who are part of this effort, including you, Madam Speaker. This common sense legislation will prevent the enforcement of pre-dispute non-disclosure and non-disparagement agreements in sexual harassment and sexual assault disputes. It will ensure that any survivor who wants to share their story without fear of judicially enforced reprisals can do so. And in fact, it's unthinkable, I hope to all of us, that widespread sexual misconduct can be covered up and swept under the rug because of NDAs snuck into these take-it-or-leave-it contracts. And it's well beyond time for this abusive practice to end. Enacting the Speak Out Act will bring sunlight and transparency to a system that relies on the shadows to hide horrific conduct. It will make our society more just. It will help end the culture of silence that allow predators to evade accountability. And I look forward to sending this bill to the President's desk and taking another step in our critical and ongoing work to eliminate the forced silence that prevents survivors of sexual misconduct from having their voices heard. Before closing, I want to address the argument raised by some of my Republican colleagues that the Speak Out Act interferes with the rights of states to establish their own laws on this issue. They're missing the point. This legislation protects an American value by prohibiting survivor censorship and defending the freedom of survivors to tell their own stories. This baseline freedom should not vary from state to state. And finally, I want to say that the Speak Out Act creates a floor for the basic protection of survivors' rights to speak out, not a ceiling. States remain free to enact stronger protections for survivors. And according to reports, 15 states have done just that, with some states like California banning the use of NDAs entirely. But federal legislation is still necessary because survivors should not have to rely on a patchwork of varying states, uncertain which might apply to them. And finally, I want to end by noting that I'm a little bit confused and, I'll be honest, disappointed by the opposition I've heard from some of my Republican colleagues in light of their previous statements. For example, during consideration of legislation that prohibited the enforcement of forced arbitration clauses in these same kinds of cases, Mr. Jordan, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, said, and I quote, "Victims of sexual assault and sexual harassment must always have their claims heard. They must never be silenced or intimidated into silence," end quote. Well, the Speak Out Act provides precisely that protection. And I strongly urge my colleagues to support this legislation, this bipartisan legislation that was passed unanimously in the Senate, that builds upon the great work of you, Madam Speaker, in H.R. 4445, so that once and for all, we can no longer provide protection to predators and abusers that are acting with impunity in workplaces all across America. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a strange world the woke are creating. Their open borders policy has produced an epidemic of child sex trafficking. They use taxpayer dollars to transport unaccompanied minors across the country. These children are then delivered to those claiming to be friends or family and then abandoned. The Biden administration has now lost track of 45,000 children that it has turned over to so-called sponsors in this manner. Now, the Democrats won't even discuss the sex trafficking crisis that they've created, let alone do anything about it, because to condemn it is to acknowledge it, and they won't even do that. Yet they bring a bill to the floor today to virtue signal their opposition to sexual harassment in the workplace. Specifically, this voids certain confidentiality clauses in cases involving sexual harassment. Now, let's be clear, no civilized person condones such behavior, and several states have already passed laws similar to the measure before us today. And that's where the Constitution rightly places such questions with the states. Federalism allows a state to try something out. If it works, other states copy it. If it doesn't, they can avoid it. This bill imposes the same standards across the country. Now, what could possibly go wrong? Well, first, it references a study that includes among the definitions of sexual harassment a microaggression, I believe that's the word that woke use, such as misgendering. The mere allegation of sexual harassment without the necessity of any kind of proof invalidates the non-disclosure agreement if the parties reached their agreement before the dispute arose. This bill doesn't define dispute, so we don't even know when exactly it will apply. So if an employee accidentally refers to a colleague by a pronoun that has just changed, should this really be grounds for publicly pillaring the employer for sexual harassment? The woke excel at targeting those they disagree with in such a manner. This makes it possible for them to do so under a wide range of circumstances. Second, if the mere allegation of sexual harassment can void a non-disclosure agreement, would someone simply throw in such an allegation in order to air their real grievances? Remember, this bill voids the confidentiality clause entirely, even though those clauses can cover information unrelated to the sexual misconduct. And third, where does such confidentiality carve-out stop? Are references in the workplace to political ideology, religious beliefs, or cultural preferences already branded as microaggressions by the woke to be added one by one? We know this bill is just the beginning. The White House said as much this week. Perhaps these are questions best left to the states, and perhaps our time is best devoted to protecting the countless children that the crime cartels are sexually exploiting with their active assistance of the Democrats' open border policies. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, a member of the committee, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of this bipartisan, bicameral Speak Out Act, and I want to thank Representative Lois Frankel for her leadership and the chairman. This bill bans forced non-disclosure agreements in assault and harassment disputes and preserves the right of survivors to use their voice. Now, women across this country have been told for a long time what constitutes appropriate behavior, what constitutes sexual harassment, what doesn't. Well, let me tell you, it is time to let them speak up and shine a light on exactly what is happening. The reality is that estimates are that 1/3 of employees in the United States are covered by these NDAs. And last year, we heard stories of exactly this situation in the Judiciary Committee. Last year, Tatiana Spottiswoode bravely testified under the protection of a friendly subpoena about the harassment and abuse that she endured from her boss and former CEO, Zia Chisti. Previously, Tatiana had been bound by a gag order that silenced her and prevented accountability for her abuser. Madam Speaker, after her moving testimony, after bringing light and being able to talk about the horror that she experienced, Chisti was finally fired. He was finally held accountable. And in fact, the former British Prime Minister resigned from the company's advisory board after that happened. But why should she have been silenced in the first place? Why should she have been raped, or any other woman been raped and bound to silence because of a non-disclosure agreement that was forced in many cases in order for these women to be able to actually have employment? That is absolutely wrong. Why should women be forced to feel alone, feel like somehow this is their fault, somehow that they're crazy? They should be able to talk about what has happened and bring light to the situation. The reality is, Madam Speaker, this is about power. This is about who holds the power and how it is held, and that is why we need the Speak Out Act to be passed. It is why it is the only way to make sure that we bring transparency and light to this.
Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For millions of survivors across the country who deserve to have their voices heard, vote yes on H.R. 8227, and I thank those people on the other side of the aisle who agree with us and know that this is the right thing to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ken, how much time do you need? 2, 3? Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, this bill is very simple. It removes a muzzle from employees if they have been raped or harassed in the workplace. By allowing women to expose predators in the workplace, this legislation further protects future victims. It also puts employers on notice that they must be more careful in performing due diligence, in doing background checks on applicants. Finally, this bill is limited to cases of rape and sexual harassment. This bill doesn't stop a worker from waiving their constitutional right to free speech in any other circumstance. If you have trade secrets, you may be subjected to a non-disclosure agreement. If you object to the management practices of your employer, you may be subjected to a non-disclosure agreement. If you are raped, you may not be muzzled. This legislation gives us a choice. We can protect rapists, predators, perverts in the workplace, or we can give voice to victims, survivors, and the most vulnerable among us. We can assure Americans that our employers will only hire those employees who respect others in the workplace. This bill received unanimous support in the Senate and has bipartisan support in the House. The reason is simple. We all had mothers who faced antiquated attitudes in the workplace. And we don't want our daughters and our granddaughters to face those same attitudes. I encourage my colleagues to vote for this common sense legislation. I very much appreciate the Speaker and Representative Franco's leadership on this issue, and I hope that Republicans step up and do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, member of the committee, Mr. Correa.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, this is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is about stopping sexual predators. For decades, Larry Nassar abused young girls on the U.S. women's national gymnastics team. At least 265 young women and girls, 265 victims were targeted and sexually abused by Nassar. And it was all due to a non-disclosure statements that protected Nassar from justice. Allowing sexual predators to hide behind non-disclosure agreements is wrong and is a crime. But today, here we have the power today to stop sexual predators from hurting our loved ones. I ask my colleagues, both Democrats and Republicans, to today vote for the Speak Out Act. Thank you very much, and I yield.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Spear.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my great caucus co-chair and good friend, Congresswoman Lois Frankel, for this bill. I thank the chairman for bringing it to the floor. I also thank the Speaker for her extraordinary work in this area. You know, I sit here and I think to myself, are we living on two different planets? Why would any of you on the other side of the aisle want to prevent a woman or a man from speaking up if they were raped by someone in the office? Why would we allow for these NDAs? Sexual harassment is an abuse of power made worse by the indignity of being silenced and gagged about your experience. We've heard this morning that a third of American workforce is bound by NDAs. Now, they were used originally to protect trade secrets. We appreciate that. We get that. But they have now been extended to be a weapon of choice for abusers and those orchestrating cover-ups. Let's talk about the Washington Commanders owner, Dan Snyder, at the NFL. Snyder assured his fans that he knew nothing about rampant and reprehensible harassment suffered by his employees, from women staffers forced to endure harassment and attempted assault. Some testified before the Committee on Oversight and Reform that they were told to avoid him at all costs, and other predatory employees. Snyder even had cheerleaders videotaped without their consent, and some without their knowledge, for a calendar photo shoot. The women posed topless, using only their hands and arms or body paint to cover their breasts. Snyder knew they would have to change outfits and be exposed at times, and he made sure that he got the video to watch and share with his cronies. And surprise, Snyder used pre-dispute NDAs with many of those women staffers. Abusers like Snyder, Weinstein, Roger Ailes at Fox, and others should not be allowed to be the predators they are in the workforce. And women and men who become victims should be able to call them out. It's time to end this predatory practice of silencing survivors. It's time for workers to have the freedom to speak out. And for those that say this should be a states' rights issue, remind me, isn't it your party that wants to ban abortions across the country and not leave it to the states? I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Are you ready to close? Oh, okay. We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the bipartisan Speak Out Act. 1 in 3 women in our country experiences sexual harassment in the workplace at some point in her career. This appalling behavior is unacceptable, but it will not stop if survivors are silenced. Let me be clear. Any person who experiences sexual assault in the workplace or otherwise should be able to speak out and seek justice. NDAs and non-disparagement clauses have been used for far too long to silence survivors of sexual harassment and assault in the workplace, and instead shield abusers and the companies that enable them. The Speak Out Act helps to fix this flawed system and restore survivors' voices. And contrary to some of the comments made by my colleagues across the aisle, this is a reasonable act that explicitly protects trade secrets and other proprietary information. It is carefully designed to remove the protection of predators. That's something we should all be in favor of. I urge my colleagues across the aisle to join me in supporting this critically important legislation so that those who wish to do so can hold perpetrators accountable and share their stories. This is something that should be important to all of us. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Bustos.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to strongly support the Speak Out Act. It's carried by my dear friend and colleague, Congresswoman Lois Frankel, and I want to talk to you about why this is so important. 8 months ago, I stood in this chamber to speak about my bill to expand the rights of sexual assault and sexual harassment survivors to seek justice. I wrote a bill that is now law after reading the haunting stories of the thousands of women from a company called Sterling Incorporated, the parent company of Kay and Jared Jewelers. Each story was more disturbing than the one before it. Managers demanding sexual acts in exchange for employment benefits. Company events where women were expected to undress publicly. In one story, a former employee attended an overnight meeting where she woke up with her underwear pushed to her ankles and her manager raping her. And all of this stayed quiet and secret for years, all because of a few words that are hidden away in legal language, filed alongside other forms, and filled out as part of employment paperwork. The women at Sterling Incorporated were silenced by forced arbitration clauses that prevented them from seeking justice in a court of law. But we know that these aren't the first nightmare stories that we've heard, and they won't be the last. For way too long, this sinister culture of silence has protected predators and has shamed survivors. But as the saying goes, sunshine is the best disinfectant. And the only way to dismantle this culture of silence is to let the voices and the stories of the survivors be heard, because those stories are powerful. Survivor stories launched the Me Too movement. Survivor story inspired my bill to end forced arbitration. And today's bill, and it will be those stories that will continue to bring change. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand on the right side of history and support the Speak Out Act. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the reasons we've said, we urge opposition and yield back our time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, some have argued that the bill is not necessary because the courts may already choose not to enforce NDAs in certain cases. But this argument overlooks the reality that this scattershot approach to forced NDAs in sexual assault cases leaves survivors uncertain of their ability to tell their own stories without fear of reprisal. And it continues to allow NDAs to be used as an intimidation tactic by powerful corporations and abusers, or as a coercive requirement for employment in everyday services. Without a clear message from Congress that forced NDAs will no longer be enforceable in court, forced NDAs in employment and consumer contracts are likely to continue to have a chilling effect on survivors speaking out. These contracts of silence limit the ability of millions of Americans to come forward in the first place. They contain sweeping prohibitions against any future negative statements about an employer. Standard language in these terms limits a survivor's ability to communicate by virtually any means, regardless of the truthfulness of the communication, in perpetuity. In many cases, confidentiality clauses cover the existence of an NDA itself, meaning that even discussing the fact that one is bound by an NDA could constitute a violation of a contract. There are cases in which survivors choose to waive the right to speak about their case. But that is a decision for survivors to make for themselves based on the circumstances, not something that should be forced upon them by their abusers or their enablers. Last year, in a hearing that none of us will forget, the Judiciary Committee heard from 4 survivors of shocking workplace sexual harassment and assault. As they explained, after enduring horrific abuse at the hands of their perpetrators, confidentiality clauses in routine contracts prevented them from reporting and publicly disclosing their abuse. The Speak Out Act ends this outrageous practice once and for all. Importantly, it does not prevent survivors from voluntarily entering into settlement agreements that include NDAs. Instead, it simply clarifies that these clauses cannot be enforced unless the survivor chooses to agree to the clause after the dispute arises. The Biden-Harris administration has issued a statement strongly supporting this legislation, noting that prohibiting the use of pre-dispute NDAs and non-disparagement clauses will increase access to justice and make the workplace safer for everyone. The United States Senate has unanimously passed this legislation. And I've heard the argument from some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that we should leave this to the states, that the national legislation impinges on states' rights somehow. This from the same people who urge a national ban on abortion. I urge my colleagues to send this critical measure to the President's desk, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for the debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1464, the previous question is ordered. The question is on third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to limit the judicial enforceability of pre-dispute non-disclosure and non-disparagement contract clauses relating to disputes involving sexual assault and sexual harassment.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Ask for a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman ask for the yeas and nays?
Yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Woman from New York, seek recognition.
As the member designated by Representative Morelli, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S4524.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama 05, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on 4524.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S4524.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mark Green of Tennessee and Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Green and Mr. Long will both vote nay on S4524. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I just heard.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, member designated by Congress members Newman, Vicente Gonzalez, and Mike Thompson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4524.
Does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote yes on S 4524.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that Ms. Johnson will vote yes on S 4524.
This is the gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the measure.
Gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote yes on S4524. As the member designated by Mr. Michael Waltz of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote yes on Senate Bill 4524.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut's 2nd District, I inform the House that Mr. Courtney will vote yes on S4524.
For what purpose is the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on S4524.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Ms. Mikey Sherrill, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4524.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition again?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Jim Himes of Connecticut, I inform the House that Mr. Himes will vote yes on S 4524.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Palazzo from the state of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yes on S 4524.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. McEachin of Virginia, I inform the House Mr. McEachin will vote yes on S 4524.
From Illinois, seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote yes on S 4524.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Ms. Bass of California, Ms. Wild of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4524.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on S 4524.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ayanna Presley, I inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote yes on S 4524.
For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson and Mr. Soto of Florida, I inform Mr. Lawson and Mr. Soto of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yay on S 4524.
For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition again?
Madam Speaker, but wait, there's more. I inform the House that Ms. Murphy of Florida, as the member designated by her, will vote yay on S 4524 as well.
On this vote, the yeas are 315 and nays are 109. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to be considered as primary sponsor of H.R. 4130.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches.
Gentlewoman from Oregon.
Oh, there. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I seek recognition for 1 minute to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate National Apprenticeship Week and to highlight the importance of registered apprenticeships in building a diverse and talented workforce, expanding economic opportunity, and growing a more inclusive and resilient economy. Registered apprenticeships allow workers to learn and earn both a living wage and a nationally recognized credential within their industry of choice. Workers who go through apprenticeships earn an average starting salary of $70,000 a year, a salary that provides them with social mobility and economic security. This Congress, we have passed historic legislation to fix our roads, bridges, ports, and infrastructure, to shore up domestic semiconductor manufacturing, and to combat climate change. The laws we passed create a need for thousands of well-prepared and fairly compensated workers. So, colleagues, during this year's National Apprenticeship Week, I urge all of you to join me in expanding the opportunity to get more people, including more women and people of color, on the path to a good job by investing in registered apprenticeships. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Members, can we take our conversations off the floor, please? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate one of the unsung civic heroes of our time. Last month, I attended the dedication ceremony of Laura Wooten Hall at Princeton University. Wooten Hall houses Princeton's Center for Human Values, and it is only fitting that it was named for a woman who devoted her life to something greater than herself. For nearly 80 years, Laura Wooten served as a poll worker, ensuring that the people of New Jersey could exercise their sacred right to vote. Her service earned her the honor of being the longest continuously serving poll worker in the United States history. Despite living from the Jim Crow era through present-day attacks on voting rights, Laura Wooten's dedication to our democracy never wavered. May her life of selfless civil service be an inspiration to all of us. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize how critical it is for the Senate to protect the DACA program and the more than 800,000 Dreamers in America. Brought here as children through no fault of their own, Dreamers have gone to our schools, grown up in our neighborhoods, have served on the front lines of the pandemic, and are just as American as all of us in this room. Yet the DACA program hangs by a thread because of right-wing politicians and judges. 75% of Americans already support Dreamers obtaining a path to legal citizenship. So I call on the Senate to act. America wants action. We must pass legislation this Congress, or our Dreamers will suffer. We must put people over politics, Dreamers over rhetoric. It is now or never for America's Dreamers. We must act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life and legacy of the legendary Reverend Dr. Calvin O. Butts III. The pastor of the Abyssinian Baptist Church for 50 years, Reverend Butts understood that his role as a leader went beyond the faith community. Witnessing the racial strife of the late 1960s, Reverend Butts became an ardent protector of Harlem, particularly the black community, and often pushed projects and policies that would increase access to dire needs like housing and education. Reverend Butts led projects that included raising and investing $1 billion in housing and commercial developments in Harlem through the Abyssinian Development Corporation and creating the Thurgood Marshall Academy for Learning and Social Change.
Reverend Butch preached a message of faith and education, and he motivated each of us through his teachings to be an active and exemplary member of Harlem, uplifting communities while giving back through service, engagement, and social reform. A dear friend and icon of Harlem, may he rest in peace, and may his legacy be cherished and never forgotten. Keep the faith.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my friends are assisting me, I shall start by thanking the leadership for the opportunity to give this message today. I believe this is a message that is long overdue. In fact, it is hundreds of years overdue. Excuse me for a moment, please. Excuse, please, the slight delay. I want to thank the persons who are assisting me. They've done an outstanding job. I thank all of the persons associated with this body for making it possible for me to have this opportunity to speak today on a matter of vital importance, an issue that is hundreds of years overdue, an issue that can make a difference in the life of our country. I am Al Green, member of Congress from Texas, and still I rise, Madam Speaker, and still I rise today to call to the attention of the Congress that I will be asking for a Congressional Gold Medal, for the many persons who toiled and slaved in this country, such that our country is the economic and, quite frankly, the world powerhouse that it is when it comes to all of the things that can make a country great as it relates to its economic standing. This is the message that I would have my colleagues take note of. The message that I hope they will give consideration to. The message: Confederate soldiers were awarded a Congressional Gold Medal in 1956. When some people hear this, they have what we call a double take, because it is difficult for them to believe that Confederate soldiers were awarded a Congressional Gold Medal. Some things bear repeating. A Confederate soldier, more than one, were awarded a Congressional Gold Medal in 1956. What Congress did for the soldier enslavers, it should do for the enslaved. And I'm asking colleagues to support the historic Congressional Gold Medal for America's economic foundational mothers, fathers, and children. I say children because in this country, persons of African ancestry early on were born into slavery, lived in slavery, and died in slavery. This was the status of things in the United States of America at one point, and when the country was known as the colonies at another point. The enslaved people made a difference in the lives of those who were living here as persons other than slaves. The deadline for this document, this monumental piece of legislation, this bill requesting a Congressional Gold Medal, will be February 1st of 2023. This will be the first day of Black History Month. Black History Month has been chosen, Madam Speaker, because the history of Africans in America has not been told. There are many aspects of it that have been deleted from history. And I believe that it is time for us to clear the record. Madam Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. Members will take their conversations off the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was indicating, the deadline will be February 1st of 2023, the first day of Black History Month. This date was chosen because Black history has not been told. It is one of the greatest stories never told, and we're still trying to complete it. This will be a part of that process to let people know more about what the enslaved people in this country contributed to the country. And some people would say to me, and I've in fact had at least one person to say, do you really believe that Congress will accord a Congressional Gold Medal to the slaves? And my answer is yes, I believe Congress will do it. I believe Congress will do it because I remember what the father of Juneteenth suffered in his effort to get Juneteenth as a holiday in Texas. I remember how he was called names and castigated. I remember how there were people who felt that Juneteenth was a country holiday. They felt that it was too bucolic, too rustic for intellectual society to embrace. But he fought and he won. The Honorable Al Edwards is now the father of Juneteenth. At the time he introduced it, he was thought of as a person who would never succeed in the House of Representatives. But he served well, and he showed and demonstrated to us that persistence can make a difference. So we plan to be persistent with this legislation, and we plan to make sure that we continue until we get the legislation passed. The letter that I will send to my colleague reads, continuing to read it, on July 18th, 1956, Congress, this would be the House and the Senate, awarded a Congressional Gold Medal to Confederate soldier enslavers. However, to this day, Congress has never awarded a Congressional Gold Medal to the over 10 million enslaved men, women, and children. I have to pause. 10 million men, women, and children. Who can imagine that a country would have a process by which a person is born into slavery, live his or her entire life in slavery, die in slavery? This was the status of things in this country at one time. The country has never awarded a Congressional Gold Medal to the over 10 million enslaved men, women, and children who toiled for over 240 years to build the economy and the infrastructure, the foundation, if you will, of the wealthiest nation to ever exist on the planet Earth. These foundational mothers and fathers of our country labored arduously constructing our roads, our bridges, wells, and cities. They laboriously planted as well as harvested the food that fed our nation. How ungrateful can we be to people who made such a sacrifice for this country, to still to this day see them as less thans, to this day to not accord them some degree of honor and dignity for the suffering that they endured for some 200 plus years. They were the de facto producers of the cash crops that fueled our nation's foundational wealth. America is the wealthy powerhouse that it is today because of black people, people from Africa who were enslaved, brought to this country, and made to work their entire lives, many of them, so that America could be the economic powerhouse that it was then and has continued to be until this day. These enslaved human beings of African ancestry toiled as slaves without remuneration or recompense. They've not been given any emolument, and to add insult to this injury, they've not been given any degree of respect for what they did to make this country great. Their humble hands were relied on for the erection of some of our nation's most renowned edifices and monuments, including the White House, the Capitol building. This is the Capitol building, for those who may be unaware, and the Washington Monument. Humble hands, forced to do the bidding of those who lived lives of luxury, many of them, made America great, built the Capitol, humble hands, the Washington Monument. In truth, their sacrificed lives provided the genesis of our nation's economic preeminence. These sacrificed human beings, men, women, and children, were the greatest contributors to the foundational economy, whose contributions are almost universally forgotten, under-recognized, ignored, overlooked, and are undervalued. Many of the things that I read to you tonight, I will repeat. They have not been said before. They should be heard multiple times, and some things just bear repeating. So let me repeat. These sacrificed human beings, men, women, and children, with the emphasis on children, were the greatest contributors to the American foundational economy, whose contributions are almost universally forgotten, under-recognized, ignored, overlooked, and are undervalued. For these and countless other justifications, I'm beseeching the Congress to award the Congressional Gold Medal collectively to the human beings who are the foundational fathers, mothers, and children that toiled as slaves without recompense or recognition for their unparalleled contributions to the infrastructural and economic development of the nation that we enjoy today. Awarding a Congressional Gold Medal to groups of individuals is not unprecedented, as a Congressional Gold Medal was awarded to Confederate enslavers. I think this bears some sidebar commentary. Confederate enslavers, the people who fought to maintain slavery, have been awarded a Congressional Gold Medal. The people who sought to maintain the institution that prevented people from having the freedom that they had have received a Congressional Gold Medal. What is wrong with us? What mindset could we have had in 1956 when this House decided that it would accord congressional gold medals to Confederate soldiers. I cannot understand how we would ever do this, but then to add additional insult to injury, to never consider the people who helped build the country, the people who made it the economic powerhouse that it was then and is now. What is wrong with us? Is racism such a disease that it infects our minds to the extent that we cannot see and concentrate with the degree of clarity necessary to make righteous decisions? This was one of the saddest days in this Congress when it voted to give a congressional gold medal to Confederate soldiers. But there's a way for Congress to redeem itself. Redemption is at hand. And here is the means by which you can redeem yourself, members. Give these persons who toiled enslaved, born into slavery, lived and died in slavery, give them the same level of respect that you gave the people who sought to enslave them, that fought to enslave them. Some of them died in their effort to keep them in chains, in bondage, subject to the whims of their masters. And their whims were many times things that are unacceptable in decent societies. Awarding a congressional gold medal to groups of individuals is not unprecedented, as a congressional gold medal was awarded to Confederate soldier enslavers, also to the Tuskegee Airmen. Some of them received their congressional gold medals ante-mortem and some others post-mortem, to the Navajo Code Talkers, and posthumously to the service members who perished in Afghanistan on August 26 of 2021. So friends, the point to be made here is you can't make the argument that we can't do it because it's a group of people. We've done it for other groups. You can't make the argument that we can't do it because none of them are alive. We've done it posthumously for others. There is really no argument to make except you don't believe that persons who toiled all of their lives, many of them lived, died, born into it, that they deserve respect and recognition. That's what this is about, respect and recognition. I'm bringing this to your attention so that you can give consideration to it. We won't ask for signatures until the next Congress, because to ask for them in this Congress with a short period of time left would be futile. And I believe that we should wait, and we will wait until February 1st of next year to do it during Black History Month. It is my belief that men, women, and children who suffered a great crime against humanity, and this was a crime against humanity. Slavery was a crime against humanity, one of the greatest crimes ever perpetrated on humanity. It is my belief that men, women, and children who suffered a great crime against humanity, toiling unremunerated as slaves, many for their entire work lives, are more deserving of a congressional gold medal than those who soldiered to preserve slavery. To be as clear as I can be, perspicuously so, it's my belief that those who were enslaved have a greater entitlement to a congressional gold medal than the soldiers who fought to maintain slavery. The zeitgeist of our time, the mood, the spirit, the zeitgeist of our time impels the introduction of this historic legislation. And I'm going to ask if members wish to be recognized as a courageous, historic, original co-sponsor. They should contact my office. We will more than honor requests that are made early, but officially will start in the next Congress. And we will have this historic legislation made available on our website. In my office, you might contact Aaron, and his email address is readily available for those who would like to contact him, or you can simply call our office and we'll be more than pleased to speak to you. I want to close by talking about a couple of pictures that I have here. It is said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. This is a depiction of the arrival of these first 20 or so persons in this, what is now the United States of America, wasn't then, 1619. And if you can see this, you can see a representation of persons who are standing around. This is purported to be the White Lion, the ship that brought them here. And these persons standing around, you can see that they have on clothing that would protect them from the weather. It appears to be a day wherein the weather is not kind, inclement weather. But if you look at the persons who are enslaved, shackled, to say that they are scantily clad is a gross understatement. It would be an insulting euphemism. But this picture speaks volumes about what slavery was all about. It was about people who were thought of as less than human. Didn't have to treat them fairly. Didn't have to keep them warm if you chose not to. Didn't have to keep them alive. One insult could cost a person his or her life. Picture's worth 1,000 words. These people, well-clothed, looking on, some of them possibly contemplating what they will do with these human beings. I plan to go to Norfolk, Virginia, Point Comfort, if you will. I want to see this place. It's identifiable. I want to see it. I want to say I was there. I want to say I stood on the soil where human beings were first introduced by many accounts. There may be some discrepancy, but by most accounts, this is where it happened. I'm going to go. Here's another rendition. This one shows a baby. A baby. Looks like the baby's with a female, possibly the mother. Dressed in clothing that I would consider more acceptable for the weather than in the other. There are many renditions, but we still have the White Lion, and we still have persons standing around talking about these human beings, contemplating their fate, is my speculation. What kind of person enslaves a baby? What kind of person enslaves a baby? What kind of person would see a child and see labor that can be the benefit of having this human being survive and have this child grow up and deny the child an opportunity to get an education? What kind of person denies a baby the opportunity to grow up and just understand the world by virtue of being able to read? There's still places on the planet where young girls are not allowed to get the same level of schooling and education as young men. I'm opposed to that. I'm opposed to the people who do that. I have good reason to be opposed. Here's one. I understand what's happened. What kind of person keeps people in ignorance intentionally? The kind of person who would want to make sure that this person never has a life but only an existence. They didn't have a life. They just existed to serve their masters. And anybody who believes that this piece of legislation is inappropriate is a person that doesn't understand this. And I'm being kind by saying what I just said. There are many other ways. There are many adjectives. When I first examined these photos, I had tears to well in my eyes because I realized who they were. Not only were they human beings, these were my relatives. These are the people on whose shoulders I stand. More than 240 years, they suffered. These are the people that this country ought to honor and appreciate. And these are the people that deserve what we have given to the enslavers. I won't give up, friends. I will not. These are my people. I'm not ashamed to say that I am a proud descendant of the enslaved people who made America great. I'm not ashamed of it. So, my dear brothers and sisters, my dear friends, I beg that you give consideration to the legislation. It will be no surprise to anyone now. Those who want to have further query can call me, talk to me. I'll be on the floor. It will be no surprise. When I initially thought about introducing the legislation, my thought was, well, we'll just wait and introduce it and start asking for signatures. But no, I want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to read it, peruse it, dissect it, scrutinize it, do all of the things that you need to do to make a decision. And then once we file it, I'm going to come back to this floor and I'm going to announce and thank the persons who have signed on to the legislation. Anybody that signs on to this legislation deserves a word of gratitude, and I will be one of the many, hopefully, who will give these expressions of gratitude. So I plan to come back to the floor and say to the public at large, we thank you for supporting this legislation. And my hope is that we will get the signatures necessary for the benefit of the public at large. You cannot get this legislation passed in the House with a majority of votes. It will take 290 votes, assuming that, well, 290 votes or more. And I see the parliamentarian looking in my direction. If I am incorrect, Madam Parliamentarian, would you just give me some nod as to my being correct or incorrect? She indicates that I'm correct. So now you've heard it from me and you've heard it echoed from the parliamentarian. 290 votes we'll need, not 289. 290 people of goodwill who have the courage to recognize the people who made America great. Others have done things to make America great. I don't mean to minimize the efforts of any others. I just mean to maximize the efforts that have been ignored, that have been, quite frankly, with intentionality, pushed aside. There are people who are ashamed to acknowledge that they are the proud descendants of the enslaved people who built this country. I'm not one of them, of course, but there are still people who are. They're ashamed. We've got to change that. I'm going to do everything that I can to bring about that change. And I'll return to Al Edwards, the father of Juneteenth. I remember what he went through. He was my friend. I saw him suffer. I know about his fight to rid South Africa of apartheid, how he went to jail in that struggle. So I'm prepared to do whatever it takes, however long it takes, as long as I'm in Congress. Madam Speaker of the House of Representatives, I thank you for this time. I thank the Majority Leader. I thank all of the persons who are associated with leadership. And I will be asking for additional time to have additional commentary about this subject. And I assure you that those who take this seriously will be doing the righteous thing, not just the right thing, but the righteous thing. Again, I will close with Maya Angelou, some very powerful words. She reminded us that we were persons of my ilk, if you will. We are bringing the gifts our ancestors gave. We are the hope and dreams of the slave. I plan to fulfill their dreams. I thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do appreciate my friend, Congressman Al Green. We are friends, and people have said, what do you have in common with Al Green? Well, actually, he is my brother. We are Christian brothers, and he adds significantly to this body, and I'm proud to be his brother. Slavery does shock the conscience, and I agree. It is really a crime against humanity. I remember after, and it's still going on. It's happening across our southern border. It's horrendous what's happening to some of the people that are being sex trafficked. We saw it in Nigeria after the 250 plus girls were kidnapped by Boko Haram from a Christian girls' school and handcuffed to beds, according to some of the stories that girls had escaped, repeatedly raped day after day. They were just horrendous conditions. I've been asked to fly over and meet with some of the parents of the girls that were kidnapped. And we had to go out a few hours from the city to a safe house, met with, turned out no fathers, all mothers. And I asked the pastor that was there with them, during a break in our meeting, where are all the fathers? And he said, that's part of the tragedy. The fathers don't feel like they did their job as a father since their daughter was abducted and they knew was being made to perform actions, chained, handcuffed to beds, being raped every day repeatedly. The fathers didn't feel like they had done their job, that they deserved to have a home and a bed. So they went out into the bush. And as I understood later on, many of them had died out there. It was tragic. That's a form of slavery, horrendous. To think that's still going on, I was totally shocked. I thought humanity had advanced so far, and yet during the latter years of the Obama administration, we learned that in the world today there are currently more slaves than ever in the history of the world. Over 40 million people in slavery. While the United States was a superpower. And President Obama, I know from the people in Nigeria, they told me they had word from the Obama administration that if Nigeria would legalize same-sex marriage and would provide abortions, legalize and provide abortions, then the United States would help Nigeria defeat Boko Haram. But as a very scrupulous, caring Catholic bishop in Nigeria said, our Christian beliefs are not for sale to the United States, to President Obama, or to John Kerry. We're not selling our Christian beliefs. That seemed pretty tragic, too, that we would basically try to compel people to go against their biblical beliefs so that they could get help removing children from slavery, sex slavery. I was surprised many years ago to find out, as a history major, I owed the Army 4 years, so I was going to be going there. So I loved math, was good at it. Biology, very interesting. Not as much to me botany, but I loved history and I majored in it. But it turned out that when the horrendous mistake, crime against humanity, whatever you want to call it, it's horrendous. That first ship brought slaves to America. It turns out they weren't the first slaves to North America. There were numerous cases of Indian tribes that would war with another tribe. They would kill many of the braves, the males, and often take women and children as slaves. It's something for which mankind should not be proud at all. There's even references in the Bible to people selling children to pay off their debts. Just tragic. So hopefully in days ahead we can do more to alleviate this crime against humanity that has grown substantially in the world today. I saw this article from the Washington Times. DHS released unvaccinated Afghans while threatening to fire unvaccinated Border Patrol. That seems grossly unfair to American law enforcement, kind of a war against law enforcement. We're going to force you, regardless of whether there is, we know that the vaccinations don't actually prevent the spread of COVID. That's science now. That should be clear. Even Fauci and President Biden have admitted that what they thought was originally true was not. It doesn't prevent people from getting COVID. We're told, oh, it keeps it from being as serious unless you happen to get myocarditis or one of the other terrible side effects that have been found to occur. Then we got Secretary Mayorkas maintaining the border is secure. And while he's saying the border is secure, we have had millions of people come across illegally just since President Biden's been in office. Then, a big headline recently has been the big Democrat donor, Sam Bankman-Fried, SBF, some call him, the founder of FTX, second largest contributor to the Democrat-affiliated political action committees, they've gone, the company he founded, dealing in cryptocurrency, FTX, it's gone bankrupt, and he's gone out of business. But you have a letter that was prepared by one of our Republican colleagues to Secretary Blinken, and it points out it's come to our attention that millions of taxpayer dollars sent to Ukraine to assist with their war efforts were potentially invested in a crypto exchange that then made massive donations to Democrats in the United States during the 2022 midterm elections. In March 2022, the Ukrainian government officially and for the first time partnered with crypto exchange FTX Trading Limited to launch a crypto donations website, Aid for Ukraine it was called, within days of President Joe Biden pledging billions of tax dollars to assist the country with war efforts against the Russian invasion. And it goes on to say the Ukrainian government also invested portions of the $54 billion of U.S. economic assistance. They invested that in FTX also, that helped keep Democrats in the power they retain. But anyway, this is just incredibly outrageous. So there are answers being demanded, and Secretary Blinken will need to respond, and I feel sure that he'll be called as a witness shortly after the first of the year. I hate to think that with all the suffering going on in Ukraine, that some of that money intended to help them ended up helping FTX before he went broke. And obviously some of his money went to the Democrat campaigns. So we'll see what's going on there. But I have made a dear friend since I've been in Congress, and he has been co-chair of the Thursday morning prayer breakfast, and he is a friend, and he's a fine person, and I will yield such time as Mr. Swayze will use.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding 1 minute, and I just wanted to enter into the record a poem by an American poet who happened to live in my district in the 1800s. And this poem was brought to my attention by my sister, Rosemary Lloyd, and the poem was brought to her attention by a historian from my college, Boston College, Heather Cox Richardson. And in this poem, Walt Whitman talked about America's choosing day. And we see the confrontation, the divisions that we have in our country right now. But in 1884, there were great divisions in this country, less than 20 years after the Civil War. And there was great disruption among the political parties to decide how we would move forward. But I want to read Whitman's poem into the record because it'll be a great guidance to all of us for today. If I should need to name, O Western world, your powerfulest scene and show, 'twould not be you, Niagara, nor ye limitless prairies, nor your huge rifts of canyons, Colorado, nor you, Yosemite, nor Yellowstone, with all its spasmic geysers, loops ascending to the skies, appearing and disappearing, nor Oregon's white cones, nor Huron's belt of mighty lakes, nor Mississippi's stream. This seething hemisphere's humanity, as now I'd name the still small voice vibrating, America's choosing day. The heart of it, not in the chosen, the act itself, the main, the quadrennial choosing, the stretch of north and south aroused, seaboard and inland, Texas to Maine, the prairie states, Vermont, Virginia, California, the final ballot shower from east to west, the paradox and conflict, the countless snowflakes falling, a swordless conflict, yet more than all of Rome's wars of old or modern Napoleon's, the peaceful choice of all. Or good or ill humanity, welcoming the darker odds, the dross, foams and ferments the wine, it serves to purify while the heart pants, life glows. These stormy gusts and winds waft precious ships, swelled Washington's, Jefferson's, Lincoln's sails. America's choosing day, the act itself. I thank the gentleman from Texas, and I yield back.
Thank my friend, and my apologies if calling you my friend gets you in trouble. Thank you. He is a friend. An article in the Epoch Times by Joseph Hanneman. Judge's latest refusal to grant bail looms large for January 6th defendant maced twice by D.C. jail guard. You know, having been a felony judge in Texas, handling, I don't know how many thousands of felony cases, nobody gets more incensed than I do when judges abuse their position. I recall having a bailiff. I found out that during recesses, he was trash-mouthing, talking terrible to people that I was sentencing. And when I found out, I called him in and said, look, I'm sentencing these people to prison. We are supposed to show the example of civility. When you trash talk somebody when they come into court, it builds up hatred and anger, and they seethe during the time they're in prison, and it makes them more likely to come back and recidivate. You know, there's no reason to do that. We're going to treat them civilly and fairly and make sure they're not abused, not verbally, not physically. And yet I see federal judges who seem to have the attitude that, gee, I am confirmed for life, so once I'm confirmed, I will do as I please and as I think I can get away with on appeal. And it's outrageous. So I'm encouraging my friends on the Judiciary Committee that there is such abuse by federal judges. There is such abuse by the DOJ and by the FBI adopting Gestapo tactics. They didn't used to act like that. I've had so many FBI agents tell me, you remember how it was in the 80s and 90s. We didn't go break down doors of people we knew would show up voluntarily if we just told them when and where. We didn't do it in the middle of the night to scare families and drag them out in their underwear and alert the news media so they'd be there to humiliate them. And yet, it's been going on. And people say January 6th and think that justifies the worst criminality by the Department of Justice and even federal judges. Because I do believe it is a breach of a federal judge's oath when they ignore due process requirements. And they take the position, I'm not going to do anything about somebody that's being abused in jail until I'm told to by an appellate court. So I'm hoping that the Judiciary Committee will even be subpoenaing judges to find out, not belabor specific cases, but to find out what their judicial philosophy is that allows them to avoid due process and to allow prisoners to be punished in pretrial confinement against the constitutional rights they have. What allows and provokes a federal judge to act like a dictator in their courtroom? Here's an example. I would not know U.S. District Judge Emmett Sullivan if he was here in the room, but I have read and heard firsthand from people who have had to deal with some of the injustice of him. And I know the federal judge that refused to recuse himself so he could sentence Dr. Simone Gold, even though he dated her and she wouldn't date him anymore. So he looked forward to abusing his position to sentence her as the first woman with no criminal record and only guilty of a misdemeanor trespass. He got to sentence the girl that quit going out with him, the woman, the brilliant lawyer and MD, to a maximum security facility down in Miami. He needs to come in and answer about recusal and who he thinks he is above the law that's in the law, that a judge must recuse himself or herself if there's even an indication there might be some impartiality there. We got a lot of cleaning up in the federal system to do, and I am glad that Republicans will be able to do that. The article points out, despite audio and video evidence showing former Tennessee Sheriff's Deputy Ronald Colton McAbee did not assault a police officer on the Capitol steps of January 6, as alleged by prosecutors, a federal judge again refused the defendant's motion to be released from the District of Columbia jail pending trial. The issue took on added urgency on September 5th when McAbee, 28, was twice assaulted with chemical spray by a guard in the District of Columbia jail for not wearing a COVID mask. His wife, Sarah, told the Epoch Times, "This is just inhumane," Sarah McAbee said. "Doesn't even matter what your political beliefs are. You should never treat somebody that way. Are we living in the same universe? This is not the America I once knew." McAbee is charged by federal prosecutors with 7 January 6 related crimes: assaulting, resisting, or impeding a federal officer, 2 counts of civil disorder, entering and remaining in a restricted building or grounds with a deadly or dangerous weapon, disorderly or disruptive conduct in a restricted building or grounds with a deadly or dangerous weapon, engaging in physical violence in a restricted building or grounds with a deadly or dangerous weapon, and committing an act of physical violence in the Capitol grounds or building. And that sounds horrible. But then when you find out that actually, if you listen to the audio as you watch the video, you find out he was helping a Capitol policeman who was down. And yet this judge has the audacity to say, we're not listening to the audio, so he could hear that evidence. Why wouldn't you listen to the evidence as well as watch a video that gives a false impression? Why? And then to chastise this guy and punish him even more because he was law enforcement. He should have known better than to assault a police officer, but he wasn't. Well, the judge doesn't want the facts to get in the way. He's too busy being a tyrant and punishing January 6 defendants while they're in pretrial and punishing them with pretrial. People need to answer for the tyranny of our justice system as it's become. And I have no problem, and I didn't as a judge, punishing people who deserve the punishment. And there were people January 6th that deserved to be punished. But it sounds like that corruption continues to grow in the DOJ, the FBI, and even in our judicial courts, federal courts. Tragic. He'd been pepper sprayed in the jail twice and was not allowed to clean it all off. It's a threat to his health. In a 31-page, oh, and by the way, this sat in front of the judge, the request for bail, 117 days. Now, in our state courts, we make sure somebody has a hearing. We used to, I'm sure they still do, within 48 hours. And if they had other evidence to bring in, we'd set a hearing and have that. But this judge had this matter sitting in front of him for 117 days while the prisoner was being abused in the D.C. jail, where there was a deputy warden that had tweeted out, "F the supporters of Trump." Well, she made sure what she tweeted was what was being done at the jail. So Judge Sullivan took 69 days after the hearing to issue a ruling on whether somebody should stay in jail or not. What kind of judge is that? And then he dismissed the new video and audio evidence, calling them ambiguities the court could not resolve. Well, apparently the only reason he had the hearing in the first place was because the U.S. Court of Appeals had, was going to require it if he didn't do it. So he did it, but grudgingly. But this matter had gone before a U.S. magistrate in Middle District of Tennessee, and he heard the evidence, saw the evidence, and he ordered McAbee to be released to home detention pending trial after hearings were had in August, early September 2021. That judge said, quote, "I do not believe that Mr. McAbee poses a future danger to the community if he were to be released between now and the time that he resolves this case. And the government, despite my request that they provide me any evidence that he's presented any sort of a danger to the community, have been able to point to absolutely nothing beyond the events around and during January 6th. Well, prosecutors knew they had to get that matter away from the judge in Tennessee where there was more evidence of who Maccabee really was to the core. So they got it up here to Judge Sullivan, who immediately rescinded that order and kept him in jail as punishment, despite the requirement to the contrary by the U.S. Constitution. It really is outrageous. You know, if a judge were deciding whether Judge Sullivan breached his sworn oath, that judge could say exactly what Judge Sullivan said to Maccabee. Judge Sullivan said, "Someone tasked with enforcing the law has shirked that responsibility, and that's why they're dangerous." Well, it sounds kind of like that's where Judge Sullivan is. He has shirked his responsibility to the law and the Constitution, and that's why he's a dangerous judge. And I hope they'll have hearings and get to the bottom of what his problems are with following the Constitution. Now, last summer, well, there were a number of times I had met Pastor Tommy Nelson of Denton Bible Church in Denton, Texas. I've listened years ago to hours and hours of Bible study he did. I'm very impressed with him. I love the fact that he loves history so much, and he uses that as he speaks. And I'd heard him online doing sermons to his church, and he would kid and say, "And I'm going to include that when I get to speak to Congress someday." So I talked to Tommy, and I said, "Look, you know, you're not going to be able to come in and talk to Congress as Tommy Nelson, but I can pass on your messages." We quote people all the time. Put together what you think would be good to have Congress hear, and I'll deliver that. And Tommy provided me this information that his father was born in 1914. And these are Tommy's words. "If you had asked my father if one should steal, kill, cheat on his taxes, commit adultery, or lie, he would have said, absolutely not. If you had asked him, why not? His father would have said, because it's wrong. If you responded, says who? He would have said, God. If you said, where does God say it's wrong? He would have said, the Bible. If you ask for an explanation, how do you know it's true? He could not have given much of a defense of biblical authority. But in his worldview, like most of his generation, it was that of a Western or Judeo-Christian worldview. He connected all the dots of diversity within the unity of an infinite personal God who had spoken truly to all mankind through his word, the Bible, and had intersected man through the Bible's chief idea, the incarnation of God in his Son, Jesus Christ. The God we speak of, actually, I'm glad to say, is the one mentioned right up there, in God we trust, because we used to. Tommy said, if you had said to any of that greatest generation, truth is something relative to what you want it to be, or there is no final truth, not only would there be wonderment at you, but anger. They would have seen you as a threat to their day. Wisdom to that generation and every generation of Americans before them was to know the truth. And to follow the will of God as truth was not simply the way that was true, but the way that was best. Truth that carried them through the hardest century of our history. Now, that former view is seen as antiquated, as though greater minds have progressed beyond that. That former view is now seen as that which holds back the growth of society. But the belief in oughtness in moral truth is the marvelous byproduct of belief in the true God. It was Plato who said, "In life we must seek the best opinions of men and hold to them as to a boat in a storm, unless we have a more certain word from God." The idea of God, the Bible, Christ the Redeemer, is the highest dream of the hopes of men. We can know what must be known to truly be mankind. Morality, marriage, the home, the dignity of man, the meaning of love, right and wrong, all are revealed on that which was the foundation of our civilization, the Bible. It brought a worldview which was light and salt to our culture and our country. It brought law and order and dignity. It served as a point of integration to which all answered. Our only problem was our refusal to live in keeping with it. But our day has cut off the limb upon which we were sitting in our rejection of God, banning school prayer, permitting the murder of children in the womb, and abolishing traditional marriage. Modernism is the belief that God can be rejected and yet be replaced by the reasoning and science of man. Postmodernism is the recognition that modernism will not work, because postmodernism states that there is no such thing as absolute truth, and with God refused, society as we have known it disintegrates. The earthquake beneath our feet began in the country shift in the 1960s. The tsunamis followed, with each year more and more devastating. We are now worse than in the jungle. The jungle has natural law which governs it, but the law that governs man is God. Man, as in God's image, chooses. He can be angelic or demonic based on those choices. Without God and His Word to guide man, his fallen nature is unleashed. And unlike nature, man has become more and more immoral, violent, ignorant, and cruel. And that's the horror that is sweeping our country day by day. And as it has laid waste to Europe, it is about to eliminate the greatest culture in the history of mankind, the Western culture, the Judeo-Christian worldview that sees all of life through the perspective of the God of the Bible, which we, the leaders of the United States as a body, have too often renounced. Washington's last words to us, George Washington's last words to us, were to be aware of following the path of Europe, a path that began in the exaltation of reason and science in the Enlightenment. We have not heeded his words, and now Europe's inhumanities of the 20th century have become ours. I need not spend much time on the violence, contempt of authority, breakdown of the home, violence in our cities, decay of our educational system, the division of our leaders and citizens, pornography, STDs, 65 million dead through abortion, gender confusion, illegal immigration, drug addiction, opioids, loss of constitutional freedoms, the homeless, the increase of mental illnesses, pedophilia, gun control, racial tensions, not to speak of the economy and COVID. And yet in all this plethora of dysfunction, the terms God, righteousness, sin, repentance, Jesus Christ, the Bible, and salvation are forbidden terms. We cry over what ain't right, and yet offer nothing but band-aids and tourniquets. Man must be changed. His heart must be changed at the deepest level. He must have a new birth. He must be born again as a child of God. He must, as Nineveh in the days of Jonah, repent and heed the warning of God that destruction awaits. Our country and its leaders must humble themselves and pray and turn from their wicked ways, that God may hear our prayer, forgive our sins, and heal our land. We must be reconciled to Him who is our life and being. It starts with us, the God-ordained leaders, but sadly, repentance cannot be legislated. It begins in revival. It begins in the yearning of individuals who have cast off the blinders of modern man and faced the truth that there can be no truth, right, love, or life without the unique personal God of the Bible. Tommy Nelson referenced quote from Alexis de Tocqueville. I want to provide some with thanks to William Federer's research and publication. There's much to be learned from Alexis de Tocqueville. He was born July 29th, 1805. He was a French social scientist. He traveled the United States in 1831 and wrote a two-part work, Democracy in America, 1835, and then the second in 1840, which has been described as, quote, the most comprehensive and penetrating analysis of the relationship between character and society in America that has ever been written. In it, de Tocqueville said, upon my arrival in the United States, the religious aspect of the country was the first thing that struck my attention. And the longer I stayed, the more I perceived the great political consequences resulting from this new state of things to which I was unaccustomed. In France, I'd almost always seen the spirit of religion and the spirit of freedom marching in opposite directions. But in America, I found they were intimately united and that they reigned in common over the same country. He also said they brought with them a form of Christianity, which I cannot better describe than by styling it as a democratic and Republican religion. From the earliest settlement of the immigrants, politics and religion contracted with an alliance which has never been dissolved. That was Alexis de Tocqueville's note back in the 1800s. He said, religion in America must be regarded as the foremost of the political institutions of that country. For if it does not impart a taste for freedom, it facilitates the use of it. This opinion is not peculiar to a class of citizens or party, but it belongs to the whole nation. De Tocqueville says, the sects that exist in the United States, that's S-E-C-T-S, are innumerable. They all differ in respect to the worship which is due to the Creator, but they all agree in respect to the duties which are due from man to man. Each sect adores the deity in its own peculiar manner, but all sects preach the same moral law in the name of God. Moreover, as the sects of the United States are comprised within the great unity of Christianity, and Christian morality is everywhere the same. De Tocqueville also said, in the United States, the sovereign authority is religious. There's no country in the whole world where the Christian religion retains a greater influence than in America. And inserting parenthetically, that drove and led to the Civil War. There were so many people that are going, wait a minute, we can't treat brothers and sisters with chains and bondage. And yes, I understand some fought for states' rights. But let's face it, it was about slavery for most. De Tocqueville said, in the United States, religion is not confined to the manners, but it extends to the intelligence of the people. Christianity, therefore, reigns without obstacle by universal consent. America. He said, the Americans combine the notions of Christianity and of liberty so intimately in their minds that it is impossible to make them conceive the one without the other. And with them, this conviction does not spring from that barren traditionary faith which seems to vegetate in the soul rather than to live. In Book 2 of his Democracy in America, de Tocqueville wrote, Christianity has therefore retained a stronghold on the public mind in America. In the United States, Christianity itself is a fact so irresistibly established that no one undertakes either to attack or to defend it. Wow, things have changed. Tommy Nelson points out, remember the words of the atheist, the American Constitution in Philadelphia and the French Revolution in Paris, both representing opposite worldviews. The American Constitution, though not uniquely Christian, reflected the historic Christian worldview of, quote, nature's God and the, quote, inalienable right of life and liberty. It gave birth to a culture that France honored in their sending us the Statue of Liberty because of our country being so successful. Not because of our revolution, but because of our Constitution. Revolutions are relatively easy. They're simply tearing down. What is difficult is rebuilding. The French had their revolution. Replacement was not a document that reflected the Bible. It was a culture that reflected French enlightenment, atheism that replaced God with nature, science, and unaided reason. With no divine standard, it collapsed into a socialistic bloodbath that prompted a new term, guillotine. All of Europe would follow, and by 1848, the year of revolution, all European monarchies were gone. But in France, without the God of truth, their replacement failed, only to be conquered by a dictator to bring order, Napoleon, who plunged Europe into darkness. And let me add, I agree with historians that have said the major difference between the American Revolution and the French Revolution was the American Revolution, like Tommy Nelson points out. It was about liberty that stemmed from biblical belief, whereas the French Revolution was about revenge. And we see how that worked out. But the same would happen in Russia, who exchanged the church for the communism of Marx and Lenin, and finally the horror of Stalin, tens of millions killed. Germany had Hitler, China had Mao, Cuba had Castro. But as a Russian pastor has said, Russia is a nation of darkness looking for the light. America is a country of the light, searching for the darkness. Our search has sadly been successful. The Christian philosopher and author Francis Schaeffer said, where there is no absolute to govern society, society is absolute. There's nothing magic about democracy or government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It assumes that the majority of the voting public has the wisdom and character to place worthy men and women in places of authority. Should that society over time abandon their historic worldview and adopt a modern one where truth is shaped by individual opinions? Or should that society reject God and enthrone man? Then absolute divine law will erode with each generation until the tyranny of the majority removes the freedom enjoyed by the past. And considering the influence of modern media, the majority will be controlled by the few. And the America of history will be just that, past history. To abandon God is to disintegrate. Imagine, if you will, a great metal machine operated by man. The parts are sharp and pointed, moving with great speed and perfect synchronization. Anything that would get caught in the machine would be ground into nothingness within seconds. As long as the man's operating the machine is careful to stay outside of the machine, he's safe. But should he catch a shirt sleeve in the gears, he will soon disintegrate. Such is man and the universe. And he stands unique in God's image outside of nature. Man can observe the machine, use it, and marvel at it. Part of the impersonal, he is ground into mulch. Such is man and nature. Though part of the creation, man stands infinitely distinct from it as in the image of God. As distinct from the impersonal machine, man maintains his glory, but to be merely part of nature, all of the glory of man, mind, reason, conscience, soul, and will merely become biological phenomena. The loftiness and magic of man is lost in the machine of nature. King David wrote, "When I consider the heavens and the works of thy hands, what is man that thou art mindful of him? Yet thou hast made him for a little while lower than the angels, that dost crown him with glory and majesty, and thou dost appoint him over the works of thy hands." And these are the hands that America has rejected. Man without God is a cosmic orphan, with no one who gives him meaning, care, or hope of redemption or life after death. There is no way, truth, or life without God. John 3:16 evaporates in that circumstance. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Man may act atheistic, wise, and secular, but he cannot react as an atheist. As soon as he is sinned against or done unjustly, he becomes a Puritan longing for an injustice to receive absolute retribution. Without God, the only thing man can feel guilty about is guilt. Guilt assumes transgression, and transgression assumes law that assumes God. Without God, there can be no final law, guilt, or true government, no civility to build a civilization, no cult or religious rules to build culture. We cannot legislate a return to truth. 150 years of governmental, academic, artistic, scientific, philosophic, moral, domestic, medical, education, and judicial denial cannot be naturally fixed. We are beyond hope for a return. We are too stubborn and too proud, too self-centered, too indulged. Our only hope is the divine reprieve of Nineveh in the day of Jonah. A prophet who rose from the dead promised life or destruction in 40 days upon their response to his prophecy of destruction. From the king to the people and even to the animals, a fast was called for, and all wore sackcloth. The disaster was averted, and so it is now. Prophets who rise from the dead after 3 days and nights are not to be disregarded. If indeed man has judged rightly for 20 centuries that there is an infinite and personal God who has revealed himself in the Bible, the foundation of history's greatest culture, who raised his Son from the dead to offer man repentance and salvation, if he is indeed a God of wrath upon those countries who hold him in contempt, then our country revels today in the shadow of Vesuvius. Jeremiah 48:42, Moab will be destroyed from being a people because he has magnified himself against the Lord. Icarus may fly high with his wings of wax, but should hubris carry him too high, his wings will melt, his feathers fly to the wind, and he shall come to a violent end. May those who have ears to hear take heed, repent, reform accordingly. You know, Tommy Nelson has profound truth that he has provided. But that's because it comes from truth beyond him, which he readily acknowledges. You know, Dostoevsky was quoted by Solzhenitsyn. I had not seen the quote before. Solzhenitsyn used it in the Gulag Archipelago. Dostoevsky was taking on the crazy ideas of this nut named Marx, a sad man, sad family, who couldn't even foresee the formation of unions. And Dostoevsky said the big problem with Marxism is not economic. Obviously, that's a problem. They always go broke eventually. The problem with Marxism is atheism. And I hear some of my colleagues talk about how wonderful progressivism is. That's the new term for Marxism. How great it will be when everybody shares and shares alike. But as Khrushchev found when he set up a commission to come up with a plan of how you move to true communism, where there's no government, everybody shares and shares alike, he ended up disbanding the commission because there's no way to ever get to a place until the Messiah comes. It won't happen because you've got to have a totalitarian government that takes away everybody's rights and tells them what they will be allowed to do and not do, and that government becomes the God. And that's what Dostoevsky was saying. So I won't be back next year. I'll be back in 2 weeks and the week after that, Mr. Speaker. But I continue to have hope that springs eternal in the human breast, that we won't lose the greatest freedom, the greatest country, the greatest gift of a country any people has ever received, that it will not be our generation that sees it lost. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Kind, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, on a lighter note, this will be one of the last opportunities that I'll have to address this chamber as representative of the people of the 3rd Congressional District of Western and North Central Wisconsin. It has truly been the honor of my life, but Tawny and I decided last summer that it shouldn't be the honor for our entire lives, so we decided to make this our last term after 26 years of serving the people back home. Now, as a kid growing up on the north side of La Crosse, Madam Speaker, if someone had told me, the son of a telephone repairman, that I'd one day be serving in a place like the United States Congress, I would have thought they were crazy. I thought this was a place where only the politically connected, the Kennedys, the Rockefellers, or those with great wealth would come to. And I guess I'm a living example that if you want to serve your nation, there's still opportunities to do so at all levels. I had a chance to cut my political teeth as a college undergrad with one of my political icons and heroes back home, Senator Bill Proxmire. From him, I learned the importance of fiscal responsibility, something that I have tried to practice each year in Congress, tried to instill in my colleagues the need for us to balance our books. I was a big advocate back in the 1990s when I joined this Congress for pay-as-you-go budgeting rules, which is a simple concept. It just means that if you're going to have a spending increase or a tax cut, you got to find an offset in the budget to pay for it in order to maintain that balance. And then if you're able to hit the sweet spot with strong economic growth, increased worker productivity, and with that comes increased revenue to the Treasury, you can actually not only balance budgets, but run some surpluses, something that the second term of the Clinton administration demonstrated with 4 consecutive years of budget surpluses where we were actually paying down the national debt rather than adding to it. But in my humble opinion, Madam Speaker, I believe I've represented the most beautiful congressional district in the nation. Throughout western Wisconsin and an area called the Driftless area where the glaciers mist, we have such beautiful natural resources. I have more miles that border the Mississippi River than any other congressional district in the nation, so I took it upon myself as a particular duty and responsibility to do what I could to better protect and preserve the Mississippi River and the watershed basin for future generations. And it's a huge source of tourism, of outdoor recreation, and commercial navigation, which is vital to the economy and the quality of life in the upper Midwest. I'm proud that when I first got here back in '97, I helped form the first bipartisan Mississippi River Caucus. We were able to do some good work. Republicans, Democrats working together to manage river issues and make sure that we approached it as one continuous ecosystem rather than just a northern and a southern Mississippi area. And we have a lot of rivers, a lot of lakes, beautiful bluffs and hills and coulees that people enjoy back home. But more importantly, it's been such an honor to represent the people of the district. Good, honest, hardworking, salt of the earth. I've seen time and time again over these last 26 years when a community got hit with a natural disaster. For us in western Wisconsin, it was typically bad flooding that hit people in their communities and flooded their homes and businesses. I saw people rally, and there weren't labels. It wasn't Republicans or Democrats or independents or whatever. It was just, hey, we need to help our neighbor and get through this. And it was demonstrated time and time again. And I also saw through the years how communities rally for our fallen heroes on the battlefield. People over the last year, knowing that I was going to be stepping down at the end of this term, have asked me, what was the most difficult part of your job serving in Congress? And, well, besides the obvious, the amount of time that you have to be away from and sacrifice from your family and those missed opportunities, clearly the most difficult part of this job is receiving that phone call from the Pentagon and then having to deliver that message to the family back home that their loved one has just fallen on the field of battle. And how absolutely soul-crushing that is to have to deliver that message and hear the family's reaction to it and then go to that soldier's funeral in the community. But it was also inspiring seeing how the community rallied around that family and truly honored that fallen hero at the time. 27 of them, unfortunately, in my congressional district alone from the deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan. But on the other hand, people have asked me what's been one of my prouder accomplishments as a member of Congress. And I tell them it wasn't anything particular that I did, or a piece of legislation that I may have drafted and passed, or some type of project back home that I was able to help complete. It was more the opportunity I had as a member of Congress and representing the people back home to go and travel and be with our troops in the field and seeing what our fine young men and women in uniform do for us each and every day. You know, we send them off in these faraway battlefields with strange-sounding names and weird histories and conflicts that are centuries old, and we ask them to perform incredibly dangerous and difficult missions. And they do it. And they're so well-trained, they're so well-motivated, they're the best our nation has to offer, and it's just inspiring being in their presence. Especially the 5 times I went to Iraq, the 6 times I was in Afghanistan, the 1 time I went to Kosovo at the height of that air war in the late 1990s, and seeing the job they do for us. There is no other nation in the world that can do what our military does. And they do it with decency, and they do it by abiding to the Geneva Convention. And that's something that the world expects of us. And we have well-trained and well-motivated men and women on our behalf, securing our freedom and our liberties, but also advancing the cause of peace throughout the world. I just wish everyone, as a citizen of this country, could see and go and do the things that I did in meeting with our troops in the field. That clearly is the proudest moment I've never been prouder to be an American than during those opportunities to be with them. I've enjoyed the committee assignments that I've had through the years. I initially, when I came to Congress, was assigned to the Natural Resources Committee, of course, with all the work we were doing for the Mississippi River. I've been one of the co-chairs of the National Park Caucus for a number of years now. Truly America's greatest idea. It's kind of neat to think of that democratizing principle that we created in the national park system, that just because that we are citizens of this great nation, all of us are co-owners of some of the most beautiful and some of the most expensive real estate in the entire world, our national parks, and they're calling for us to visit. They're beautiful places. I fell in love with them as a kid, and I wanted to pass that on to my family and my children, so every August during our recess here in Congress, I'd take the family to a different national park where I could meet with the superintendents and the park personnel and get a park briefing, but also take the family out in the backcountry where we went backpacking. And we started that when the boys were just toddlers and they could just barely carry their own sleeping bag. But as they got older and stronger, Tawny and I tended to load down their backpacks more and more and made that backpacking a lot easier on us. So I encourage our citizens to take advantage of the great national parks we have, the national wildlife refuges that we have. I also help form and co-chair the Refuge Caucus, having 3 of the most beautiful ones in my congressional district as well. They're objects of splendor, meant for us to enjoy and to utilize. I also served on the Education Workforce Committee. I represent 6 of the 11 state universities in Wisconsin, 4 of the greatest technical schools that we have. I made it a priority to focus on access to the affordability of higher education, making sure that those doors remain open to all of our kids, regardless of their socioeconomic background. I was one of the champions on the need-based financial aid programs because I benefited from that myself. Again, as a kid of a telephone repairman, I was first generation to go on to school. You know, my family didn't have the resources to send me to college, let alone technical school, but through a combination of student loans, the work-study program, I qualified for Pell Grant, being a low-income student. I was able to make it work financially. In fact, I think I still hold the undergraduate career for the most toilets cleaned in a 4-year span. It was the most disgusting job on campus, but it paid the best through work-study. And so I was willing to do that 2 hours a day, every day, for 4 years in college while I was still trying to play college football and all that other stuff that I wanted to do. And I wanted to make sure those programs continued and were strengthened for the next generation, because I didn't want to be one of those representatives that pulls the ladder up behind me and tells the next generation, tough luck, you're on your own. I think it's one of the wisest investments we can make as a nation in our youth and expanding those educational opportunities, because the truth is the jobs of the future are going to put a premium on higher education learning. I mean, that's just the way the world, global economy is today. And so we got to expand that access. And then the work we did on committee too for workforce development and worker safety issues, very proud of that. Served on the budget committee for a number of years, had a short stint on the agriculture committee. I was one of the leading voices on farm bill reform. I tried to move away from these huge taxpayer subsidies that were going to a few but very large agribusinesses, very much to the expense of our family farmers. I've been proud to be able to represent a large rural area in Wisconsin where farming, family farming, is a key component of our economy. Wisconsin, the dairy state, cheese, everyone's kind of familiar with that, and we wear that label proudly. And it's been really neat throughout the years to go out on the family farms and visit with those farm families and seeing the incredible work they do for us to enable our food security. You know, something that we as Americans kind of take for granted, and yet we shouldn't, because farming is tough. The ups and downs with commodity prices, the expenses, the fixed costs that they face. The last year or so has been particularly difficult with the increase in fuel and fertilizer that they have, without a corresponding increase in commodity prices. It's a hard business, especially if you're a dairy farmer, because that's 24/7. Cows have to be milked every day. You don't have the luxury of being able to step away for a few days at a time. And there are challenges that I tried to understand and tried to address in my role as representative of one of the larger dairy producing districts in the nation. But I especially enjoyed my time as a member of the Ways and Means Committee over the last 16 years. It's the only committee that's constitutionally mandated. And in the early years of our republic, it was the only committee. that Congress had, and then finally it was starting to get piecemealed and torn apart and that, but we still have incredible jurisdiction over most of the economic issues, obviously the tax code, trade policy, Social Security, Medicare, healthcare policy, and it's been fun, working in that committee and working with my colleagues to try to develop good policy that makes sense for our country. The work I especially focused on healthcare reform, trying to implement a value-based system so that we're actually paying for the quality of care that's given to us and not the volume of care, and not the tests and procedures and things that are done to us without any results, but making sure that we're getting value out of the dollars that are spent. And I still believe that's going to be one of the keys to healthcare reform in our country, is moving to that value, that quality-based outcome system that we need. And I benefited from having some of the best healthcare providers in the world operating in my congressional district, from the Gundersen Health System, the Mayo Health System. I think I still have more Mayo doctors in my congressional district throughout western Wisconsin than they even do in Minnesota or other places in the country. The Marshfields and the Auroras and the Theta Cares. We're very lucky in the state of Wisconsin to have such quality providers. But clearly healthcare is still too expensive. We need to continue to think creatively on how we can bring those costs down and make sure that it is accessible for all of our citizens. I was proud in being able to create the Veterans History Project. This is an attempt to record our veterans' stories before it's too late and they pass away, because I believe it's an important part of American history that needs to be preserved. So I teamed up with Emma Holton, a Republican friend, back when. He was a Marine, and we introduced the legislation on the House side. We teamed up with Max Cleland and Chuck Hagel on the Senate side. I think we still have the record for the shortest period of time when a bill was introduced and when it was signed into law by Bill Clinton, because everyone saw the urgency. At the time, it was the World War II generation that were passing away at like 2,000 a day. And we wanted to get this program up and going in order to start capturing their stories. And then we're archiving it at the world's greatest library, the Library of Congress. And they've done a tremendous job of handling that program and collecting all these stories, digitizing them now, making them available on the internet for everyone to access, but especially our younger generation. And what gave me the idea to create the Veterans History Program, and I'm proud to report today we have over 120,000 of these veteran stories collected nationwide, and now we're shifting the focus to the Vietnam generation who are starting to pass away because they're getting up there in age too. But what gave me the spark to create it was Father's Day weekend. I was out at the picnic table with my dad, Korea generation, my uncle, his brother Donnie, who flew bomber missions in the Pacific during the Second World War. And for the first time, they started talking to me about their experience. And I go, holy cow. And I told them to stop as I ran into the house and got the family video camera, and then came out and set it up because my two boys were just toddlers at the time, and I wanted them, when they were old enough to appreciate it, to be able to hear it from their grandfather and their great uncle. And then I came back to Washington that next week and said, given the technology that's available today, we need to be doing this nationwide. And so we quickly drafted the legislation and moved it through both chambers and got it implemented into law. And it's been a lot of fun being able to not only interview our veterans, but seeing this program grow and the history that we're preserving, so future generations never forget the type of service and sacrifice that came before them. Did a lot of work on the veterans front, obviously, trying to ease their transition from Iraq, Afghanistan to back home. We had 2 million of them coming home with special needs, physical and mental, that needs to still be addressed. VA hospital in my district, I spent a lot of time making sure we had better coordination of care and better outcome of care for our veterans. And more needs to be done on that front. It's a promise our nation has to live up to, given the type of service and sacrifice that these men and women do for us. I was also co-chairing the Rural Healthcare Caucus. Obviously, as a representative of a lot of rural providers in my district, I teamed up with Kathy McMorris-Rogers for a number of years to make sure that our rural providers had a voice when it came to healthcare policy, given the unique challenges that they face with recruitment and retention and just those rural settings generally, and the type of obstacles that we have to overcome. In many cases, that these rural hospitals is the anchor of these rural communities. And if they lose it, it has a huge economic impact. And it also makes it very difficult then for the people in that region to access the type of quality health care that they need. And I also helped, when I first got here, help form the New Democratic Coalition. It was back in '97 with Cal Dooley, Tim Romer, Jim Moran, others who felt that we needed to try to restore the sensible center in Congress with a pragmatic group of House members who could get together on a weekly basis, figure out how we can complement each other's work, but also figure out ways of building bridges rather than tearing them down around here. Form those crucial bipartisan relationships to get things done, working closely with the Clinton administration initially and then subsequent administration. I got the honor of chairing the New Dem Coalition for 4 years. Today, I think we're close to 100 members in the Democratic caucus. Great members, hardworking, earnest. Again, those trying to build bridges and get things done around here. And I think that group has a lot of hope and promise in the coming Congress now, of finding the relevancy and finding those crucial relationships across the aisle that we need in order to advance the issues and the policies to benefit our nation. And I know I'm leaving that New Dem Coalition in very good hands with the young, bright, talented leadership that has come up now and taken over the reins. Also, I had some good mentors as I was growing up. I mentioned my Senator Bill Proxmire, who had a chance to intern for, wrote many of his speeches about the need for the Senate to ratify the Anti-Genocide Treaty. But he was one of the first that was sounding the alarm about fiscal irresponsibility and how we have a responsibility as representatives to be a good steward of the dollar. And also Senator Gaylord Nelson from Wisconsin, one of my heroes, one of the great conservationists of all time, not just in Congress, but for the country and for the world. And here's a guy that grew up in a 400-person town called Clear Lake, and later became governor of Wisconsin, senator from Wisconsin, and the father of Earth Day, a day that we commemorate every year about the need to protect our vital, precious natural resources across the globe, celebrated in 144 nations today. It's a great story of how one person can make a difference, especially a small-town kid from northern Wisconsin, and the impact that he left behind with his legacy. And so, obviously, you can't do all this. This job is too big for one individual. And everyone here, all of my colleagues know the truth in this statement, that you're only as good as the people you surround yourself with. And I've been so blessed and so lucky throughout the years to have the best staff that any member could hope for, whether it was here in Washington or back home in my district offices. These are incredible individuals, typically young, hardworking, smart, just trying to do the best they can and servicing people back home, whether it's the legislation that we worked on together here, the casework that my district office staff members would do. Nothing brought me greater joy than traveling around the congressional district, having people come up and say, "Ron, I got to thank you in your office because of what you did for me," or a family member, whether it was a veterans issue or a lost Social Security check or some farm program that a family farmer was trying to access. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And I give all the credit and all the laurels to my staff for the job that they did throughout the years. I had wonderful chiefs of staff, from Cindy and Eric, Travis, Mike, Hannah, Alex, who ran a tight ship and just created a great atmosphere for all of us to work in. They were true partners through all this. Two wonderful district directors back home, Lauren Cannonberg, who I recruited as a principal out of a Catholic high school to be my district office manager way back when, and then later Carrie Jacqueline, being able to manage those offices and the outreach that we ask our staff to do and to report back to us so that we stay in constant touch and communication if we're not out on the road ourselves, meeting with people back in the community. The committee staff is just tremendous. The work that they put in, how helpful they are to us as individual members, but also to our staff people. The people we have serving here on the floor. I mean, they're the ones that are behind the scenes, but they try to bring some function to the dysfunction that occurs too often in this place. And we couldn't do it without them. And kind of the seamless energy that they bring to making the trains run on time and just doing the basics for us to be able to do our job. We have an official reporter right now taking down my words. They never get to say a word when they're here, but I know how important their job is as the guardian of the public record. And somehow they do it so well. even when we're yelling over each other in heated debates and trying to get all that down, it's not an easy job. And I know this personally because my wife is an official court reporter for a judge back home, and I know the type of skill that it takes to perform these duties. And I just want to thank them for their service to our nation. And the Capitol Hill Police. Obviously, January 6th is going to go down as a dark mark in American history. And it was our Capitol Hill Police that was the true vanguard of making sure that it didn't get uglier or deadlier than it did that day. And, you know, I mentioned these kind of the ancillary personnel that makes Capitol Hill run because through the years, and for me, 26 years, you get to know these people as individuals and as human beings and develop those friendships. And it's something that I will truly miss. You know, Bob and Rose in our cloakroom that keeps us so well informed of what's happening all the time and what the schedule is and what we should anticipate. You know, those type of relationships you're never gonna forget. I also benefited throughout the years in one of those competitive swing districts, and I love the fact that my district was 50-50. We have too few of those districts today with gerrymandering, where it's overwhelmingly Republican or overwhelmingly Democrat. That wasn't the case in my district. My district throughout the years has always been about 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 in registration. And that forced me to play it down the middle and to understand that I was going to be taking incoming from the far right and the far left. And I always reminded my staff to don't worry about that because that's not where our district is. In fact, if I wasn't taking incoming from the far, far right and the far, far left, I probably wasn't doing a good job of adequately representing the people in the district that I had. And it was such a joy because they did place their trust and confidence in me to make good decisions on their behalf, even though a lot of them will tell them they had disagreements with me throughout the year. But I think they saw the hard work we put in and the honesty and the civility that I tried to bring to this job. And it's just a great congressional district to represent. But I couldn't have gotten here without the help of my campaign staff, from campaign managers throughout the years, to the staff, the field work, the volunteers, the supporters, the friends, you know, people like Wally Capper, Paul Barkla, Bob Welsh, Nancy Johnson, Vicki Burke, Margaret Wood. I mean, these are the ones that have enough belief and trust in you that they're willing to give you one of the most precious things that we own as human beings, and that's our own time. And they, time and again, campaign after campaign, was always there helping out and pitching out. And that was true for thousands of people back home who supported me throughout the years and not only made it possible for me to win in a very competitive district, but also made it fun because as candidates going through tough campaigns, it means a lot knowing that you got a lot of friends and a lot of supporters that have your back and care about you and care about the outcome of our democracy. And they've been terrific. But most of all, I want to thank my family. It starts there, it ends there, especially my soulmate, and my partner in all this, my wife, Tawny. I don't know how she did it. When we first ran, our first son, Johnny, was born just a few days before our primary. In the midst of that chaos, your first congressional campaign, with everything swirling around, and suddenly we have a little boy in our arms. And boy, you talk about a life moment that just brings it down to the basics. And at that point, when he was delivered, nothing else mattered. We win, we lose, it didn't matter. We had this beautiful little boy in our arms now, and he was such a stabilizing force. And then 2 years later came Matt, and how she did it all those years with me running back and forth every weekend, back to the district, coming out here for my duties in Washington. I'm home representing a 19-county, large rural area, constantly on the road, getting out into the communities that I represent. So most of this fell on her to raise two beautiful sons who are doing incredible things right now. And she and I couldn't be more proud of Johnny and Matt. They were born into this racket. I mean, it's kind of weird for them knowing that Dad's stepping down because this life of me serving in Congress is all they've known. In fact, for a while when they were little guys and Tawny would drop me off at the airport, they literally thought my job was getting on a plane and flying overhead all week and then landing because they'd come and pick me up then. And every time they saw a plane go by, oh, there's Daddy. And then Then they started tuning into C-SPAN and seeing me engaged in debates on the floor. And they go, wait a minute, what's going on here? And they started figuring it out. And I couldn't have done it without Tawny's support, partnership, and the kids. And there's so many times I had to be away from them, but there were also fun family events we could do too in the course of my duties, from parades. We lost count at about 1,500. And I started losing the boys when they became teenagers after about 1,200 parades that they did. But county fairs that they'd go along with me, the great dairy breakfasts that we have back home in Wisconsin during the summertime, where we visit dairy families, have a great breakfast, community event, everyone coming together. So there were a lot of fun, enjoyable things that we could do as a family that overlapped with my official duties. And they never complained. Even though it probably would have been more fun for them to be doing something else or hanging out with their friends. And now I'm proud to say that Johnny, after playing college football, is with an engineering firm in La Crosse doing great work there. Couldn't be prouder. And our son Matt, after graduating Harvard, immediately signed up for officer candidate school at Quantico, and now he's an infantry commander for the Marines at Camp Lejeune. And yes, they fixed the water problem down at Camp Lejeune after seeing all those ads on TV lately. And yeah, so that's what they've been able to do. And Tawny and I are very, very lucky to have those two sons and the type of young men and citizens that they've become. And I'd also be remiss if I also didn't mention our quote-unquote third son, who we didn't adopt, but Oscar, who's an exchange student who came and lived with us throughout his high school years, going to school with our boys, went to Madison, UW, working at Epic now, applying to med school. He's from Luoyang, China, just a great kid. And he's home for the holidays with us and does family vacations with us and goes backpacking with us, and that's been a lot of fun too. So it's been quite the ride. And obviously, many, many people made this happen. And I feel very blessed and very fortunate by having the opportunity to be able to represent such a neat, beautiful area with some great people and families back home in Wisconsin. We are looking forward to the next chapter. Don't know what that is yet. No final decisions have been made, but Tawny and I are going to be looking for new ways of being able to contribute to the community, being able to support our democracy. And as I leave here today, just a note of caution. The type of polarization that we're experiencing right now in this country, the hyper-partisanship, it's not healthy. The key to the survival of any democracy is the ability to compromise. It's the give and take. It's being able to reach out across the aisle, my good friend Dave Schweikart, who's on the Ways and Means Committee with us, and find some issues that we can work on together and try to advance in that. That's the only way this place is going to survive. It's the only way our country and democracy is going to be able to survive. And unfortunately, in recent years, people getting involved in politics are looking at the other side, not as reasonable people that you can disagree with and have heated debates about the best course of action for the future of our country, but the enemy that needs to be destroyed. And these campaigns are getting uglier, and they're getting nastier, and the division is growing, and it's leading to an events like we had here on Capitol Hill on January 6th. This can't continue. One of my prouder achievements that I tell people back home is I've been consistently ranked as one of the most bipartisan members of Congress through the surveys that are taken, the bills I introduced, the legislation we advance, who I'm working with across the aisle. And I wear that as a badge of honor, not as something to be ashamed of or run away from. But too many of my colleagues now fear that if they're seen working with a Democrat or working with a Republican, someone on the other side, that would be the kiss of death for them in their primary back home. That's not the way this place is set up to function. And we've got to figure out a way to fight through this bad era of American politics and remind ourselves that ultimately, at the end of the day, we are all Americans with a commonality that can't separate us. We cannot be enemies. We need to find a way forward of healing the division and the partisanship that's poisoned our politics and the alternate realities that are being created today through many different mediums. Because if you don't have that basic commonality of what the facts and what the truth are, there's no way you're going to be able to reach agreement on some of the tough issues facing our country. I mean, the separation, the gulf will be too great. So I didn't mean to lecture my colleagues here or future representatives to this place, but it's an issue that we have to stay focused on. So, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the recognition and the honor of being able to address this chamber for one of my last times and to thank ultimately the people in the 3rd Congressional District for the trust and the responsibility that they placed in me these past 26 years. And I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-4834, an act to reauthorize the National Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force program, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schreikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And Ron, you're one of the good guys. For those of us who are blessed to be on the Ways and Means Committee, many times it's one of those committees where you have to do adult stuff that affects not only this country but the world. And having people that you can talk to and work it through, you're going to be missed. You're going to be missed. So thank you for being one of the good guys. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, this is going to be sort of a two-parter. I'm going to come back in 2 weeks and provide solutions. But right now, I need to define the problem. And as you know, right now around the Capitol Hill complex, we have dozens and dozens of brand new members and hundreds of potentially new staffers. They're all trying to find their office and which way is up and where the bathrooms are. I mean, all the things we go through when we're brand new around here. And my fear is no one's telling these members that are new, and even talking to the members who've been here for a while, the truth. And the truth is the math, and the math always wins. And we're in real trouble. And what scares me is with some of the things going on in the economy right now, with where interest rates look like they're going, with inflation now becoming structural, it's potentially just devastating to the individuals out there and our brothers and sisters in the country, just the affordability, being able to afford a house, of food. But you got to understand what it also means to the stability of this country. So let's actually walk through. And some of this is big boy math. It's going to be complex. But there's a couple punchlines in here I want to be remembered. I'm not going to take you back to 1965, but let's do last year. This is last year's budget cycle. Understand over 71% of all of our spending is on autopilot. The fact of the matter is, this is what we call mandatory. Only 13% was defense. 16% was discretionary, what we functionally debate here, what we really fight over. But this mandatory here, you see red, your government functionally is a insurance company with an army. This is health, Medicare, Social Security, other benefits, pensions for military, for government workers, those sorts of things. This is mandatory, and it's on autopilot. I don't think there's a member here who's ever ultimately voted on this red portion. It's a formula. You turn 65, you get certain benefits. You serve in the military a certain amount of time, you get certain benefits. It's autopilot. Defense, well, that we debate, we work through, but the fact of the matter is defense sort of stays within a certain mean of the GDP. And then domestic, crazy thing, domestic actually as a percentage of GDP at the end of decade will be flat. So where's all this debt coming from? Where's all this growth coming from? And I'm going to give you an answer, and it's going to make people really unhappy. But you need to understand, when we talk about just last year's borrowing, does anyone out there understand how big it was? Okay, so we borrowed functionally $1.375 trillion. How much is that? It's $114 billion a month. It's $26 billion a week. It's $3.7 billion a day. It's $159 million an hour. It's $2 million, $2.6 million a minute. But here's the one We're told when big numbers, how do you get it so it's understandable? If I came to you right now and said, how much last year did your government borrow every second? Anyone in this body able to answer that? Turns out it was $43,600 a second. We borrowed $43,600 every second last year. Does anyone see a problem? Or is it one of those things that as long as we're handing out goodies and subsidizing the folks who will vote for us or contribute to us, the world is good? So where's all this debt coming from? Brian Riddell, Manhattan Institute, basically just put out a series of slides where they take the Congressional Budget Office, the OMB office from the administration, sort of look at it and say, what's driving the debt? So today we hold $31 trillion of total debt. That's borrowing from trust funds and everything, but that's the total debt. But from today for the next 30 years, based on a previous interest rate calculation, so we haven't even plugged in the new higher interest rates that we're borrowing money on. Anyone want to guess what the borrowing is from today to the future? How much money? We're going to borrow functionally 116, well, we're going to spend 114, we're going to borrow $114 trillion. There's a $114 trillion shortfall. Now, the interesting thing, remember on that previous slide I was saying, okay, here's mandatory, here's discretionary. Well, it turns out the discretionary military, we calculate today to actually have about a $1.9 trillion surplus over the next 30 years. So where's $114 trillion of borrowing coming from? And this is really uncomfortable. And I will tell you, I believe the Democrats did something actually really crappy during the election. But you know, it's a knife fight. I accept, you know, the knives come out, it's all about winning. But when you had campaigns out there, they're going to cut your Medicare. You can't even have an honest conversation here. What's going on? The shortfall in Medicare, when you add in the interest cost, is $80 trillion. The shortfall in Social Security is $35.8 trillion. The entire borrowing over the next 30 years is Social Security and Medicare. We got old. The fact of the matter is this place didn't pay any attention. There was this thing called baby boomers. And you get the clown show around here that says, well, we'll do Medicare for all. That's a financing bill. It had nothing to do with what we pay. Obamacare, that's a financing bill. Who gets subsidized? Who has to pay? The Republican alternative was ultimately a financing bill. You need a revolution in what we pay, not who pays it. But that's actually more uncomfortable here than actually having a debate over raising taxes or doing entitlement reform, an actual discussion of should we legalize technology? Should we legalize the things that actually create disruptions in providing our brothers and sisters the health care that we as a society made a deal? We are going to keep our promise on Social Security and Medicare. Well, I think we are. I mean, the fact of the matter is, what is it now within a decade? Because of the new COLA increase, we just shortened the lifespan of the Social Security Trust Fund by, what, almost a year? So you got about a little over a decade, and our brothers and sisters who live on Social Security are heading towards a 25% cut. What's this place going to do? Medicare, it's just unsustainable. The stunning amount to finance our brothers and sisters, our promise for those who turn 65 and get Medicare, to finance it basically consumes every dollar of this government. It's math, it's the reality. And how many of you during this last campaign had an honest debate, honest conversation? Anyone was even willing to talk about this? Really dangerous, because the other side will run nasty ads about you, it will scare people, yet by not dealing with it, you are sentencing our seniors to misery, because at some point this hits the wall. So what's going on? Why am I even more dour right now than it was several months ago. It's inflation, it's the cost of everything, it's the affordability in our society. But you're crushing people, and we're going to walk through a little bit of that. But you've got to understand, and I'm sorry, I'm going to geek out on interest rates for a moment, but then I'm going to try to show what it actually means to everyone in this country. What we're doing to you, and so many of our brothers and sisters out there, you don't understand how, oh, I'm sorry, it's a sort of high-level technical economic term, how screwed you are. So let's sort of walk through this. We were building budgets a year ago on an assumption that U.S. sovereign debt, when you did the 2 year, the 5 years, the 10 years, the 20 years, the 30 years, okay, the blended interest rate, the weighted daily average, there's all these fun calculations. Were actually really interesting stuff. We were originally about 1.78 we thought would be our mean interest rate. Then last, what was it, was this March or May? March, we recalculated because of this thing called inflation. Oh, we're going to be up to 2.10. Then the reality of it is we ended up at a recalculation of, hey, the U.S. mean now is heading towards 2.85, and that's on the 10-year. We have some economists around us who are starting to say, it's going higher. It's going higher. And I'm going to show you a couple things here of what happens to us as a country if the way the Federal Reserve has to stop inflation is raising interest rates, breaking the labor market, because you understand within there, even though there's this delay effect, that also means what you and I have to pay the interest back on all the borrowing, and the biggest part of the borrowing cycle has not even hit us yet, because we're just now starting to absorb and get ready for the huge spike in costs because of our demographics. Remember, baby boomers, the final tail end of the baby boomers is moving into their retirement benefits. And as they get slightly older and a little bit older, the Medicare costs start to really go up, and we haven't even hit that financing cycle. It's coming. What happens if we have to finance that at the higher interest rates? So you start looking at some of this. 3 months T-bill back in March, 0.2, and that was our Biden administration estimate for the 3-year. The actual 3-year right now, 1.75. Let's see, what's the difference between a 0.20 and a 1.75? Can anyone say a whole lot? This may not mean much to you, but this is money your taxes are going to be paying back. So here's the punchline. I'm going to make it really, really, really simple. What if this inflationary cycle stuck with us? What if instead of that, what was it, 1.78 or even the 2.3% interest rate on U.S. sovereign debt, what if it were 2 points higher, just 2% higher, which functionally 15 years ago, that's where we were at. Remember, we actually had a reprieve, completely fake economic reprieve for a decade with artificially low interest rates. So we were borrowing, and the Federal Reserve kept interest rates lower, particularly since 2008. And now we're about to pay the cost of it. So what would happen if we paid that 2% higher? Functionally at the end, and my math is a little bit less, the end of 30 years, 100% of all tax receipts, of all taxes, all tariffs, everything that comes into the government, 100% goes just to pay interest. You got to understand how sensitive we are as a government, as a society, as a country now, how fragile we've made ourselves, because we're going to borrow what, another 1 to 1.3, there's one estimate, $1.4 trillion this year. We're never paying anything off. We're borrowing, and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse because our demographics as we get older, unless we crash the price of healthcare. So that's going to be 2 weeks from now. We're going to talk about things we could do to accomplish that. But are you prepared to live in a country that if our mean interest rate goes up 2%, stays there? All tax receipts. go just to cover our interest. There's no more government, there's no more military, there's no more benefits, there's no more Social Security, there's no more Medicare. This is why it's so crucial around here to have an honest conversation where people put batteries in their calculator. Instead, this place is living on theater. Oh, modern monetary policy. We can spend all the money we want. Look, nothing happened. Oh, got it. Didn't work. And in many ways, I can show you right now, the largest tax increase in modern history has happened in the last year. If the fact of the matter, you live in my Phoenix, Scottsdale area, and you are a working person, you are a hard-working taxpayer, and you have not had a pay hike, do you realize you've lost 6 weeks, maybe more, of your labor? We're still at 12.1% inflation in my community. You've lost 6 weeks of your labor. If I'd walked in and said, hey, I'm going to take a month and a half of your salary and that's going to be my new tax hike, you would have lost your mind. But if we do it through this thing called inflation, where we strip the affordability of your groceries and your gasoline and everything else in your life, did you notice it? Well, you knew there's a problem. You know life has got much harder. You know sometimes you get to the checkout stand and you're taking things back because the price just doesn't work on your budget. And the perverse thing, you're going to see a chart here, my next one, where actually there's going to be this little drop in sort of the debt to GDP and those things. And that's because that inflation actually has been a tax. We lowered the value of your income. We lowered the value of your savings. By the same time, we lowered the value of all this debt because we're going to pay it back with what we call inflated dollars, which is wonderful up until the next year or two when we have to refinance that debt and refinance the debt and refinance the new spending at the higher interest rates, and then that little benefit of taxing you through inflation goes away, and we're off to the races, and it becomes hell. And remember, this has brought down other countries for hundreds of years, and it's right in front of us, and no one seems to come behind these microphones and talk about it, educate about it. And for the last couple of years, I've come here behind these microphones and tried to show solutions, and then drives the lobbyists out of their minds. So let's take a look at this. And let's see if I can make this work. This is deficits during the Biden administration, fiscal year 23, budget baseline versus a 1% rise in interest. Okay, do we all agree that we've had at least a 1% rise in interest rates? Yes. So do you see this one little bit of a fall right there? So this orange is what happens when you tack on the additional interest. That little fall is functionally the fact we devalued your dollar. That's our little benefit from taxing you with a way you didn't know. But then, boom, and functionally, the budget cycle we're about to work on is the 24 budget cycle. You're basically going to have a deficit of 1.4 trillion, and then boom, it's 1.5 trillion. You get out a couple more years, you're heading towards 1.75 trillion. In less than a decade, you're well over $2 trillion a year in just borrowing. And this chart explodes if we go beyond that 1% rise in interest rates. Structurally, even if I remove saying, hey, we're going to go back to living in that world of that fantasy artificially low interest rate, we're still heading towards $2 trillion a year borrowing. It just takes 10 years. This is insane. Functionally, right in here, interest will be just the basic borrowing, all of defense, a whole bunch of discretionary and other things will all live on borrowed money. And here, and look, most people have no idea what the concept of debt to GDP. It's the concept of, here's the size of my economy. And yes, we're borrowing all this money, but look how big my economy is, and that economy's ability to finance, just like your income finances your credit cards. And as long as your income keeps going up faster than the debt on your credit cards, you can live. You're going to be okay. What happens when your economy isn't growing, your income isn't growing as fast as you're borrowing on those credit cards, at a certain point, it comes to an end. We're heading towards a time where if we add, this is our baseline, if we start adding a little bit of higher interest rates because of we have to finance the debt, we got to sell our bonds, the bond markets are expecting higher interest rates because of inflation, you start seeing the chart where you're hitting a world where at the end of, now I know this is 30-year projections, but remember we're selling 30-year bonds. Baseline, the baseline number is 185% of debt to GDP. That means the debt will be 100 or 85% bigger than the entire economy. If we had 3% higher interest rates, the debt is functionally 245% bigger than the entire economy. Do you think we ever get anywhere? Because this is what we're doing to ourselves. This is already baked in the cake if these interest rates go up. But this down here, the base CBO assumption, remember, we're already over 100%. So right now our borrowing is already substantially bigger than the entire size of our economy. It's why growth is moral, but it's also necessary. Because if we don't start growing this economy and we're continuing just the borrowing, because remember, what was the primary driver of our borrowing? Medicare and Social Security. We got old. It's demographics, and getting old is that Republican or Democrat. It's just who we are. That's driving most of our borrowing, and we're not adopting policies that just maximize growth at every opportunity. We're destroying the future. And I need my brothers and sisters on the left to at least embrace some basic truths. 2007, very into 2017, we did tax reform. Some people go, oh, it was tax cuts, except for the rich actually pay a higher percentage of federal income taxes today than they did under the old tax system. But tax receipts, 2022, tax receipts, the highest in U.S. history by far. And this is under the new tax system. If you're going to demagogue us for doing tax reform, trying to bring back businesses back to the United States and get them to domicile and manufacture and do things here in the country, you could at least pull out a chart and show me where the revenues disappeared, because they didn't. They're right here. We brought in $4.8 trillion in tax receipts last year, and we're still borrowing $1.3 trillion. The spending has just exploded around here, and now we hit our structural deficits because of our demographics. It gets uglier and uglier and uglier, and we've made ourselves incredibly fragile. God forbid we ever have a failed bond auction or an undersubscribed one, and interest rates start to spike. Do you understand what happens to the entire world, let alone your savings? We don't need to do this to ourselves. There are solutions, but this body is incapable of having that debate. And dear God, please, with a Republican majority, no matter how thin it is, maybe we'll actually try doing something honest and adult with the calculators. And you keep looking at the charts, and there's charts out there. It's not revenues. Revenues, there's this whole line of thought out there that's been worked on by the left and the right, that we raise taxes, somehow we stay within a certain mean of the size of the economy. When we've lowered taxes, somehow the revenues come back up to taxes always seem to come in just right about here. So if this is 20% of GDP, you raise the taxes, the economy seems to shrink, the growth shrinks, we fall back to the mean. You lower taxes, the economy grows, the revenues come back. It's just, you have decades and decades and decades of data. And you look at the charts, and it's pretty darn clear. We're going to take in 19.1 to 20%. Sometimes we fall down to 18% of the economy in revenues, in receipts, in taxes. So the art here is design a tax code, design a regulatory code, adopt embracing of technology and other things that maximize growth. So the ultimate solution is grow, 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 and then adopt disruptive technologies that lower prices, so affordability. Imagine if you had a society, once again, that was growing. Your wages were going up, but inflation wasn't. Where your healthcare costs were actually going down. Where your savings, your investments, your planning for retirement, your ability to help your kids go to college got better. We can do that. We did that in 17, 18, 19, even the first quarter of 20 before the pandemic. There's a model to do it. And all that progress, all that's closing income inequality, making the poor less poor, the hardworking, tax-paying middle class, making them more prosperous. It's all gone. The Democrats succeeded in 18 months of crushing the people of this country by really crappy policy. You know, great virtue signaling, just incredibly good virtue signaling. Really crappy policy. And once again, I need my brothers and sisters on the left to buy a calculator and understand. If you came in and said, I'm going to take every dime, you make small businesses, rich people, high income earners, if I take every dime, you make $500,000, the next dollar we just take everything. And you've heard this, oh, rich people aren't paying enough. Take every dime, you functionally don't get anywhere. So this is, you would get maybe, and this is assuming that they stop, they continue to work as hard, they make the same amount of money, so they don't change their behavior at all. So it's a math experiment. You get about 5.1% of GDP in taxes. Problem is, our borrowing is already about to hit 6%, and in a couple more decades, we're over 12%. It's a fantasy. And look, the Republicans have their sin too. We will often say, well, waste and fraud, foreign aid, that's just almost a rounding error. Remember a little while ago, $40,000+ a second in borrowing? The scale of the problem that's ahead of us is both terrifying and it's no longer getting postponed to the future. I've gotten in front of audiences, and A, they'll boo when you try to explain them the truth of the math. But B, well, I was told this 10 years ago. Yeah, we had 10 years of artificially low interest rates that allowed Congress to engage in really crappy policy. What is that saying? Chickens coming home to roost. I'm not particularly good at colloquialisms, but it's time. It's here. Will this new Congress, with a divided government, step up, tell the public the truth, tell our new freshman class the truth, and actually take on a really tough decision? Do you want a society, do you want a country that's prosperous and innovative and disruptive, but we're growing so fast, so healthy, that you can imagine a world where healthcare prices aren't going up twice as fast as inflation, where your wages go up faster than inflation, where affordability, you go to the grocery or gasoline, it doesn't take your breath away. We can do that. At least I think we can do it. I just want to know, are we going to have partners on the other side to do what's honorable? Because growth is moral. Are we going to do the right thing for our society, for our brothers and sisters out there? Are we going to continue with the virtue signaling? Because virtue signaling may be brilliant politics. It's really crappy economics. And with that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 1 of House Resolution 1230, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.